Man, right on the hour, my bitrate starts dropping, but hopefully it'll be good. What's up, guys? How y'all doing? Aline, thank you for that raid. I'm glad to hear the stream had went well. Appreciate it right at the top of the stream to come in with that raid. Sparks, hello. Aeolus, hello. Ralph, good to see you. Congratulations. Thanks for the follow as well, and thanks for just passing by the stream once we started up. I literally, I was kind of joking this on Discord. I literally just log in. I log into 14 just to do Deep Dungeon at the moment and just to stream. So it's like it's nice to just for people to just pass by when I go live, you know. So it's kind of cool. So thank you for that. And Nam, good to see you. And thank you for that follow. Yes, that guy Phil. What's up, guys? That means a lot. Thank you. Yeah, I really much appreciate all the feedback from the guides and everything, no matter if it's positive or constructive criticism, because I always try to make them better. That's just what it comes down to. I want to do on every expansion, and more so because it's like things do change. So I field all the questions, I field all the comments, and comments like that means we're doing a good job. If someone's like, "Oh, I wish this was here," well, then I'll try to do better. That's just what it comes down to. So I appreciate that, but I'm also, I'm happy to hear that it helped you out. So hell yeah, dude. It's nice to see you outside. Necromancer title. It's always nice to see a Necromancer title right outside, and just in general. So create a guy. That's right. We continue. I haven't perished yet, though. Not quite yet. Nam, I hope you're doing well. Alibus, I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a good stream. I think you were in, were you in EO, Heaven on High? No, you're doing something. I know you're doing something. So I hope you had a good stream today. Welcome in, everybody. We're the Monday, so we do the 14. It's the one I want to keep. The Monday stream to 14. We've been quite obsessed with... Ooh, that's a nice climber. What the hell? Just the, Oh yeah, that's elemental. Oh, is it the full elemental? It's just a different shade, or is it just because it's a different body, a different character? That's basically the gear I have for machinist. I just didn't dye it this way. Oh, that looks kind of cool. Why is it cooler than what I have? What the hell? Oh, because I went with the I matched the boots with the thing. Oh, I see. Yeah, I could see my logic. I kind of wanted a mix of it. Okay. It is good. It's just, I mean, not to say that's too much blue. It's just I went with a certain flair with mine. Where's Reaper? I lost it. Hell's Reaper. Dude, where's Reaper? Am I blind? No, I am blind. It's just, where is it? Okay. Did EO White Mage and Rage Crit mid 80? You should have played the... I was wondering if you're gonna stream that, or are you just gonna do it off stream? Yeah, I can't wait till we get back to it tomorrow, but hopefully it gave some time for people to catch up too. I pride myself in doing the JRPG storylines purely on stream, every second of it. So I'll hold to it. I didn't touch it. I'm just gonna be patient. Hugo, good to see you. Yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. So today we set up a Reaper file. This was a requested run. There's a couple of requested ones, but this one is a requested run. And also, I took a look at YouTube to see when was the last time we did Reaper. 3 years ago, February of 2022. And I'm like, wow, I didn't realize it took so long. And then I began to think about why did it take so long for me to come back here? Well, for one, we had the 6-month Astro adventure, then we had GDQ, then we had EO, so that already takes out a year and a half. And then I guess expansions and patch notes and whatever, so it makes sense. But yeah, three years I haven't been on this job. In Palace, specifically. I'll probably stream it when... Oh, gotcha, that's fair. I'm very much contemplating doing a blind no-hit route before I start looking up what the categories are. It's gonna be like how I'm envisioning it right now, depending on how the flow of the game goes. Because I keep getting excited for it, but then I'm like, I gotta see how the game flows first. I'm thinking about doing a partial solo run, and then do no hit. So like we run with one character, sort of run with one character, and then try to do a no hit. I don't know if I want to do it in such a way where like if I get hit, I just reset. But I'll worry about the details later. But yeah, I think that'll be my replay outside of achievement hunting. So that's what I'm going to be looking at. Yo, what up, Kishi? Alright, we're also testing new music because, you know, Expedition's out. And I got music from Expedition, at least what I've heard so far. So we're going to test out some of the music as we go through. And I always like to test out the new music only because I need to see if YouTube's going to complain. But I mean, I've uploaded my stuff to my variety channel and they're not complaining. And the VODs are not complaining, so it's basically fine. But we're going to test it out anyway to make sure. What's funny with the Expedition songs is that they are very difficult to loop. They are not easy to loop at all. So had to kind of be a little creative with the loops that I had. Mine PTSD. Is it PTSD? I think I missed a couple though. It's okay. I'm not gonna worry about that. I'll worry about it when I get there. Spent 4 hours yesterday on one boss. 4 hours! I got I definitely have like a an upper limit in terms of how long I'd like in terms of when I'd be willing to stay on a boss. And generally right now, if I do like a big hit damage and I am not seeing the HP bar move, I'm going to bail and come back later. It's so good. I think the composer, it's like the first game they've done. I don't know if they've done anything else. Like, I tried looking up their info, and like, it's just Expedition, and he's young. He's like, I think he's like 31 or something. He's young as hell, and it's like, whoa, okay, you're just coming out of the gates strong as heck. Oh wait, I was supposed to not change that. Oops, I'm in habit form. Sorry, let's bring it back again. I need to leave it on for like 3 floors. So he definitely busted it out some different good stuff. And I would say like most of what I heard is very good. Sometimes you hear OSTs and stuff, they have like some hits and some misses. I don't think I've heard any misses so far. I don't know if it's like also, I have to like listen to it more if it'll get to that upper echelon of brain rot. Because some of the songs are definitely very good, but I don't think at the moment they're hitting brain rot, but there's some that I find myself humming constantly. Just like my bitrate's going down constantly, love that for me. Yo, what up, RMX? The problem was that I was one-shotting, so I had to parry everything. In the end, fight took 5 minutes and 40 parries, but prog for 4 hours. Oh, gotcha. The CSC. And it was like the most insane boss in terms of timing so far. I'm excited. That's what I'm excited about to see for the rest of the game, to see how it evolves. And boy, like, it's evolving. Like, it is evolving. And I know, like, one of the things that I had disliked about Elden Ring, and I always throw Elden Ring under the bus. But one thing I disliked about Elden Ring was that you would face a boss like early on, and then like a couple hours later, you're facing kind of the same boss with like slightly different mechanics, and it's like, okay, I mean that's great. It's just it gets redundant to me. At least to me, it felt redundant. So far, up to where I am, I haven't faced a redundant fight, and honestly, it's interesting when you run past an enemy that you've already fought before, and it's like, oh, I need to remember your mechanics. And it becomes a challenge again, but you don't see it that often, so it's like, it's nice, and everything that I've seen up till now has all been unique fights. It's great. I started playing with a solo character with solo Pictos. It's pretty sick. I'm excited. Yeah, it's definitely what I was, I'm not sure if you're here at the top of the stream, but I think I definitely want to do a partial solo run and a no-hit run. Like, I don't know what category that's gonna sit on, because I feel like when you're looking at speed categories and whatnot, I'm sure there's like a solo run, there's a any percent, there's glitchless, blah blah blah. So I'll just do one that I think is nice to learn, and I want to do a no-hit, but then run partially solo, Because I don't want to go too far into details unless we're actually playing the game, but basically, like, I wouldn't necessarily take people out of the party, but I would definitely have them be useful to me, and then just run with one character for most of the thing. That's what I want to do. Elden Ring has a lot of boss rehashing. It does, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying for me it was boring. Like I didn't have excitement when, like, I guess how I was looking at the open world for Elden Ring was that it was like, okay, let me explore these areas, right? And then I hope that if I find this new dungeon, I'm going to find this new whole thing. But essentially, it was just like, it's almost like a new seed in a roguelite with a slightly different boss. And it was just like, okay, so then the next dungeon I'm gonna look at will just basically be the same thing. A slightly different map with a slightly different boss. And to me, it's just like, it kind of killed the exploration for me, because it's like, I may as well just stay on MSQ, because, I mean, am I gonna really benefit off of what I'm looking for? Like, that's how I started to feel. Because it's like, you wanna find this, like, weird-ass level of this weird-ass thing when you're exploring. Which is what Clair Obscura is kind of pulling off. Every new area I find is just this wacky new experience, and I'm like, okay, that's great, I like this. It's so funny when you're like 15 hours in the game, it's like, oh yeah, here's a new mechanic. I do find that funny sometimes. I mean, it's always like a meme when you're like, what is it? For me, it took 2 hours to hit the title screen or something, which is great. I like that. I remember Harvestella took like 3 hours or something, but it's always so funny when you go through those games, and it's like, yeah, you know, we're proceeding, and like, oh, it's just the beginning. Welcome to the title screen. I think it's great. No hit run is gonna take me years. Wait, are you telling me it's gonna take me years? Are you calling out my gaming skills? Is that what you're telling me, Zevran? I can't believe you, dude. To be fair, also has some repeating bosses. It does. Well, it has some repeating enemies too. They show up again, but I think at the moment that I'm at the moment, that's a repeated sentence. At the place I'm at in the game, it still feels refreshing enough. And it's almost like some fights are like, I'm glad I'm done with them, and then it's like all of a sudden, oh, how did this go again? In a new pattern, because the enemy configuration is different, you know? Which is great, I like that. I mean, it's great. I think it's just if it happens way more times, that's when I'll be... What's up, Sig? No, because I'm giving you guys time to catch up. That's just how it goes. Oh, none of us can attack. You can't cast, and I can't do anything. I can auto-attack you. How does that feel, imp? And I bought the soundtrack yesterday. Started adding it to my nightly playlist, and then songs that you're hearing now as well. But I was mentioning they are hard to loop. If I had a complaint, that's a complaint. They're not easy to loop, unlike some other songs. I had to be a little creative with some of them. Like the composer made it as such in the soundtrack that it plays like an actual song, instead of like just reaching a point and then fading off. Like, it has a concise ending to them, all the songs, so it makes it difficult to make the loop. It's almost like trying to go. It's like trying to some extent, almost like taking a song from Distant Worlds and then trying to loop that one, which is a live orchestra. I mean, there is a loop part of it. It's just not as concise. It's like I have to listen to the game to see where it loops in the game to copy that, but I'm not at that juncture at the moment. I saw the soundtrack in Apple Music, but still haven't checked it because I don't want to spoil myself to accidentally sing. Yeah, no, that's fair. I would highly recommend that too. At the very least, like, I got it on Steam because it was available on Steam, and they do have it separated by acts. So I figured because I finished Act 1, I would only look at Act 1, and that I wouldn't bother looking at the other acts, and there was a distinct cutoff where Act 2 was. So I'm like, okay, I'll look at Act 2 when I finish Act 2. But also good you probably would prefer to do that anyway. We will continue that playthrough tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern. That continues tomorrow. Exactly where we left off on Saturday. Oh, and just as a side note, I am still alive in Path of Exile. I'm about to hit 93. I actually just did my 4th Ascendancy yesterday because I felt confident enough. So we did the 4th Ascendancy. Not that I really needed it, but we did it. So we are still alive in Path. Go that way. Oh, really? You aggro it? Alright, it's fine. You're not dead. Okay. Yo, what up, Rory? It's going well today, I would say. Thank you for asking. Kind of a normal Monday for me. Just getting ready for stream. Oh, I did finish, clean and easy. Cleared the end game for Honkai earlier. Just one shot, done. To be fair, Castrus is broken, so... Although, so is Rappa. Rappa is also broken. So she carried at least a good portion of it, and then Castrus bodied one of the levels. So I'm in and out, done. But I failed to get, I was hoping to get, Acheron's Light Cone. Didn't get it. Ran out of resources, which was fine. It was gonna be a tricky, it was gonna be a tricky affair for me to get it. But, I think I put in like 30 or 40 into a fresh banner, so I'll just wait for the rerun again. Pure Fiction is the comfy reset for you. I breezed through it as well. Pure Fiction used to be my issue for a while. Prior to 3.0, it was my biggest issue. And which is the reason why I ended up with Rappa. Because Rappa was... Well, there's two things. I got Argenti, because Argenti was... one of the biggest picks I wanted to have, which was literally just for Pure Fiction, because he's like built for Pure Fiction. So I got him, and he helped me for like a couple Pure Fictions. But then Rappa came in, who covered a big weakness of mine, which was AoE Imaginary, because I didn't have AoE Imaginary at all. But she ended up being a massive boost to just endgame in general, because she covers not just Pure Fiction, but everything else too, and it's really, really good. But now Castrus kind of bombed Pure Fiction for me as well, so kind of helped. And I'm still surprised that Rappa is still really useful to me. Like, it amazes me how much he's been so good to my teams in endgame. Definitely the biggest sleeper pickup I ever... Because I remember in Discord, like, we were talking about it, everyone was going to pass on Rappa, which was fair, because they were waiting for someone else, and I was like, okay, yeah, well, I'm gonna go get her, because I need her. I don't care what everyone says, it's like, she's going to help my team big time, and she did. But now, I guess with Castrus, I think my Pure Fiction is definitely in solid spacing. At least for a while. I hope till, like, 4.0, I'd be good till 4. Why did I change it? Dude, I'm in such a habit of doing that. I need to leave the song on for until we finish the set. Because we're testing the new music. This is a song that was very difficult to loop. So I just picked the point that felt the best. Yep, E2 Castrus with her signature. And the E2 was a big damage. I can understand. Like, I'm not really that great with numbers and stuff, but I can see why it was a big damage increase. Okay. So it's very, very good. This boss theme, by the way, is so good. There's also some, there is also some dungeon field themes that I want to put in. I just didn't have the time to do it, but Really, the music from Clair Obscur has been really top tier. Which again, it's to me it's a little surprising because I have a very high standard for music and games. I mean, not that I'm some music connoisseur, but hearing all of the JRPG songs and taking a big note of it, and then we have the playlist and everything. Like I have my own personal bar that's there, and Clair Obscur just hit it out of the ballpark. Oh yeah, her damage output is ridiculous. And she's in dragon form like literally all the time, which is good to see it. So. Which is where all of your damage is, and she's getting all of the damage. There's two coming in here. Nope. I know our buddy Omniross had been saying that he's gonna wait for my spoiler-free review of Clair Obscur to decide if he's gonna play it or not. But boy, I could already give one. Everything is just too good in that game. Like, there's so many little tiny things that I have like pet peeves on from all my experience with JRPGs. And granted, it's not. I mean, it's not necessarily a perfect game. There are things I can poke holes on with that game, but. For the most part, there are so many little bits that I hated in recent JRPGs that it is not doing, and it's great. How hard is it to keep the team alive with her eating HP? It isn't. Surprisingly, funny enough, it is not hard at all. Because the way her pattern goes, essentially, the way she works is that when she does a skill, she takes HP, but because you're spamming the dragon so much, she'll go into dragon form. Hold on. She'll go into she'll go into dragon form. She summons the dragon, right? She does a skill opener because with her E2s, she gets an advanced turn, so she goes straight in. She eats HP from people. And then the dragon goes, the dragon uses everything. And then on the final hit, it heals everyone back. So it's like it cycles through the HP pretty well in general. It doesn't seem like a problem to me. If anything, it's probably more of a problem with like Fu. But I've been running with both Gallagher and Bailu, and they basically cover no problem. Can I do this without the steel? I'm sorry, without the potion? It seems a little tight. If I can just make it to the bloodbath. That doesn't help. Okay, we're fine. That doesn't help when I run into the puddle. Okay. Alright, so that's the test of the music. Thank you for your patience, guys. I don't think it's going to be a problem. And as we continue playing through Clair Obscur, I'm probably going to add more music, but needed to test those songs to make sure it's going to be clear from YouTube's wrath. Also, it's also a secondary test to see how it loops, how it sounds in game, do I like it when we're playing this content, blah blah blah. So there's just a couple other things that happens with it. This will probably be a fast setup because Reaper is typically very quick and very powerful. So, but I haven't been on this job for 3 years. I'm really surprised by that. So we'll, oh, that's bad combo. Tried to get me there, not quite. I'm glad to see that you're not the only one who tries to not use potions at this point in the run, even when it gets slightly sketchy. I try to gauge my limits. Honestly, I probably have to do some type of run that makes me farm potions, because I'm actually running out of potsherds now. I'm down to 64. And I've seen potsherds melt in Palace, depending on what jobs I'm going, so I may have to actually consider taking a job that isn't going to take as much, or think about doing some, like, no potion run again. We'll see. And Reaper's going to take up quite a bit. Boom. That's the exit. Man! Hopefully this is enough. Nope, it's not. Okay. I know my Heaven on High potions are... I'm perfectly fine with my Heaven on High potions. My EO, I think, is okay. My Palace will always be the one that's sus. I'm just gonna go. Yeah, how many do I have for here? 173 for Heaven on High. And 47 for EO, but EO I can get away with. Oh, actually there's more. Wait, why do I have some in my saddlebag? What happened? Oh wait, I have 70 in my saddlebag for some reason. You know, it's not bad, Mr. Gims. Expedition 14. Seems pretty good. What's up, Gims? Hope you're doing well. Gims, I'm still alive in Path of Exile. Very slowly getting through. Now that I think about it, it might be the first time I've seen Reaper run at all. 2022. Last time I did Reaper. Which is amazing. 3 years ago. Because we did one Reaper at the very beginning when it came out. And then I did, I think, another Reaper run, which was a scoring run. So the one we did 3 years ago was a scoring run, which is the score that I have up on Aether right now, I think. It was like a 3 million? Because this was a legitimate scoring run. Where is it? Reaper. Yeah, I have a 3.2 million on Reaper. 7th, though, because people are crazy on Aether. Shammy is nuts. And then Finn, Ari, Catherine, Umbasa, Willow beats me as well. Damn. Yeah, I put up a 3.2 million, which was at the time my highest score. Until I think Machinist got higher than that, but... Did I put them in my saddlebag during the all job? Yeah, you know what? I might have done that. Especially when we were doing the climb on, Samurai, because I did a climb on Samurai after that. Where am I in Path? I want to think I'm like 150 on Path or something. You almost had the first 100 in, Path of Exile. 147. So I'm like climbing very slowly. I had definitely a very slow streak, and then I set up a whole bunch of maps, a whole bunch of towers. So so I can finally get XP again. I almost got a whole level yesterday after I set up my map set. Then I got tired and I had to stop. Anytime I get sleepy doing that, I stop hard. I just hard stop because I do not want to play that when I'm sleepy because I will make significant mistakes. I almost died yesterday because I thought it was a great idea to stand in a very narrow hallway in a in a coalesced blood area, so demons spawned right on top of me and I couldn't move. So that was not one of my best moments. Yeah, I mean, I'm not racing to 100. I'm just trying to just keep going at this point. But I would like, I think if anything, what I would like to do is get above 94, because that's my PB. If I can do that, then I'm happy. But boy, like, the amount of time I've spent on it right now, unless they do something really significant in the next patch, I don't know if I bother with the next patch, because this just takes so long. Yo, what up, Emily? How you doing? It takes so long to level in Path of Exile, and I'm not the kind of person to, like, go ham, so I'm going it, like, very casually. There more friends? Rage? Do I need it? Not really. Yo, what up, Slice? First in, let's go. Steel. Yesterday, I broke a 12-straight streak of alterations becoming mimics. After that brief reprieve, the game gave me 3 more sets. Holy moly! Barman, you've been having some fascinating runs in your end. Holy crap. Why do I keep hitting traps? Boom, boom, boom. There's one illegally out of bounds. Hey, that Triceratops aggroed. With the Viper aggro? It's too high. No, it did aggro. Maybe that goes to Elvis's thing that he had experienced a while back. Elvis got very confused why an archdemon aggroed when he hit a silver chest explosion. Probably because proximity ignores it, which is makes it interesting. Because now I'm trying to think about in the other deep dungeons, because there is proximity enemies. It's just I can't recall running past one specifically after I do the thing. Like, I'm trying to think in EO. I'm pretty sure nothing aggroes in EO after you do a storms and an OE healing, which includes anything proximity, I think. Like the only candidate I can think of big is 51 plus with the monks. But then even Heaven on High, the likelihood of you making that happen is extremely low. Did it go through the wall? It did go through the wall, yeah. Unless the Diplo was in an angle that it was gonna take that hit. I wasn't surprised that it was gonna get hit with it, but because it was close enough. So it is interesting. I wonder if that's a palace only thing, that proximity ignores the low HP aggro. So I don't think I can get close enough to an enemy that is indeed proximity, trigger it with a landmine, and then not cause an initial aggro. Well, maybe I should be able to, considering I did it with a silver chest. still such a good battle theme. This is still a wonderful battle theme. See, this is the type of battle theme, at least in my opinion, that reaches the level of brain rot. I'm still trying to see if the expedition songs will reach that. I mean, certainly I think one song does, but my assumption would be the thing just aggroes before the damage snapshots because it's hard to get explosion without aggroing it. Ah, but I did aggro the Wyver after the fact, and that Wyver that we aggroed later was at 69.9, and we have known that the aggro range is 75%. And that Wyver didn't aggro initially, so that's why I tried to run to that Wyver as soon as I can, just to double check the HP. And I think the other thing that aggroed me was the delayed aggro as well, which is why I was surprised. I think it was the Triceratops. Yo, Azos, what's up? Did Pictomancer change much in PoTD since the patch? Much? Not much. It did change. You're going to have a little bit of a longer fight in general in Pictomancer, but if you're kind of like wondering, is it still good? It's still very good. If anything, the biggest notable that stays in my mind is Anzus, because everything else, like even Frost Dragons, Iron Courses, you'll be fine on Pictomancer like you were before, because you typically got hit with their quote-unquote big hit at some point. It's just you killed them fast enough before it kills you. Anzus, on the other hand, before the patch, you can kill it before the belly flopped, and you cannot do that anymore. You do it like slightly after the belly flop, which, you know, it could make it intimidating for most, which I understand that. But the boss kills are like exactly the same timing-wise. It's just you're killing enemy to enemies just a little bit longer. It's gonna take you like 1 to 3 GCDs extra to kill some of the enemies, some of the bigger enemies, if anything. But that's it. The burst is weaker, but your GCDs are better, and no abilities feels really good, relatively speaking. I mean, it's still not good, but it's a lot better than it was pre-patch. So the only thing should change during patches. Things should only change during patches. Had a good Eureka Pyros run earlier. I found Picto to be more enjoyable after the patch, even if not having the nuclear level to burst the trade-off. More enjoyable. Interesting. I may disagree with that on a personal level, but that's also very nice to hear, because it was my biggest concern. Like, I mean, we advertised Picto as to be this powerhouse job that's going to be rivaling Machinists. I think it definitely lost a couple ticks on that, but I think it's still a very good pick for Necromancer regardless. I think, especially with the caster situation, it definitely didn't lose its position with casters, that's for sure. I still think it's a very good job, though. I think it's still a good one to start off to get Necromancer. It is going to be a little more difficult now. Good to hear. One of my friends is prepping Prague on Picto, and they want to know how it is. Yeah, I actually, if they are using the guides, which will be humbling, but if they're using the Picto guide, I did put on the playlist my initial impressions of the Picto changes. I put it in the video, so that anytime they want to reference it, they're more than welcome to do that. It's basically the same thing I told you, just in video form, really. Because I went in immediately, and more so because I had the guide out. I felt it was my responsibility to update as soon as I can, so we went in the day of the patch and discovered it and figured it out and tried a whole bunch of things, and that was the result of it. That was the result of my experience. Is that Cog? Yo, what up, Cog? The variety streamer, Cog NTV. More cookies? Bro, every time. I don't have cookies, man. Let them... Yeah, I put it in the playlist, Azos. I put it in the playlist for that Picto thingy, so if you ever want to go. Also, Cog is another one who actually just did, on stream, just did Pictomancer, although he unfortunately died in, like, 193. And I think his conclusion was around the same as mine, that it's still good. It's still a great job to pick. What's up, Cog? Hey, guys, Cog played Portal for the first time in his life. Can you believe that? Finally finally part of the club. He finally understands Portal. And then he did some Vampire Survivors. Hope you had a good stream, man. Portal RTX. The OG Portal. Portal 1. Portal is fun. Portal's great. I was actually, you know, it was a little reminiscent of it, of when you were playing it. Because I, too... so I played Portal, like, probably like 10, 15 years ago. No, maybe like 10 years ago. No. Oh, yeah, maybe like 15 years ago. Oh, my God. But I was in the same boat. I was like, I had a friend tell me, hey, you should play Portal. I'm like, what the hell is Portal? And it's like, everyone knows about the cake. Everyone knows about this thing. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll play it. And then now I get it, you know? Like, I understand why people really like the game. So naturally, I had to play the second one. But it's just one of those... It's like one of those historical game thingies that, like... It's like everyone kind of knows about, but then you never played it, so you don't understand it until you get it. Now you do. Yo, what up, Danjay? Having trouble with lag? Oh, it's okay. Oh, am I having trouble with lag? My actual connection, yes, but not in-game. I haven't played the game since now, but... Heard the cake is alive so many times and never understood where it came from until now. Yep. Yeah, that's the reference. Portal. About the cake, Madge, it's a lie. What's up, Jenny? Madge, it's a lie. What is the RTX version? Is that like a newer version? Oh! You wanna know a nice side story about Portal? Hold on, let me beat this boss first and I'll tell the story. It's a free okay, let me beat this boss and I'll tell you a really cool story in relation to 14. Portal 14 connection. But let me beat this boss first. But some of you might know it already. But it has been 2 years, so maybe some of you are not sure about it. But let me beat the boss and I'll tell you. When did the RTX version come out? I don't know if I want to replay Portal, but I didn't know that they had a version like that come out. A while ago? Gotcha. Come on, I can make it! I'm at a potion. Okay, he's a little too aggro. Alright, let me see something. I just want to verify this for a second before I start talking about it. Also, let's pause the music because this is an important story, guys, okay? Okay, so so here's my story about Portal and 14 having a connection. Back when we did GDQ back 2 years ago for 2023, I did my run on a Friday. I don't know when this speedrun happened, but a couple days prior to my speedrun, Mushi, I believe that's how you say his name. He's a very popular Portal speedrunner, and he did a speedrun of Portal. Except I believe the category was called Airship Any Percent. Because something along the stories of like you can load an airship from Half-Life into Portal. And essentially he was using just a spattering of airships just to break the game to get through. So it was just like instead of using portals, he would just jam airships all over the place to get up where he needs to. Just like puke airships. It became the meme for 2023 AGDQ. Just airships, just in general. Everyone would just do airships. So, you know, trying to keep up with the times and trying to keep up with what the current meme was. I had put whoever was listening on the Discord and whatever, I had put a request that once we finish the run, because we're gonna step outside to Quarry Mill, if like literally everyone would just be on an airship on whatever airship mount they had, just have it, just like use it and like flood the screen, and they did. So when I exited GDQ, there was like hundreds of people on airships just stacked. They had the stacking airships outside. Everyone was on an airship. It was fantastic. So it was at least 14's little nod to the meme for GDQ. It's great. But that was like one of my favorite memories of that one. That we did something in honor of the meme. So that was a lot of fun. That was my big memory of Portal. Is it not worth applying the debuff on the boss? So for that fight in particular, I've started to get more used to this because some of my buddies have done it long before. It's just a DPS race. As long as you can keep yourself up, you should respect it. But at that level, if you have steel and strength, it's kind of whatever. It doesn't. I mean, obviously you can see it doesn't do that much, and we killed it in like a minute. So, I usually respect the boss. Now I've been disrespecting a lot. It's also easier to talk when I do that, so it's stream friendly. Emily says, I like no abilities not being an instant serenity now. I'm with you on that one, Emily. That was a little bit ago. I'm with you on that one for Pictomancer. Yeah, I love that about Pictomancer. Yeah, give it a shot. I mean, it's like, if you want to be conservative with potions, and you probably don't want to do that, but if like you're kind of whatever, then if you have strength and steel, just sit there. It's not going to do that much. But for the 170 boss, yeah, you better run, because that thing is going to truck you if you leave it in its puddle. Because it doesn't only get haste. So in 70, it only gets haste. In 170, it gets haste and a damage up. So you don't want to take it when it has a damage up on... Like, I don't even think a tank would want to do that. Well, I'm sure someone did it on tank, to be fair, but you probably don't want to do it. Alright, I got to hit an ad here. So ads are going out. Thank you again, Cog, for that raid. Do your thing if you got to do any post-stream stuff. We'll smash an ad and we'll continue flying through on Reaper. I'll see you in a bit. BRB. Reaper is gonna fly. My mom won't tell you, dude. We're gonna be done in like 3 hours. Gonna have a short stream today. Maybe. Okay, Fortune. When did I use Reaper that I put the accent on my thing already? When did I use Reaper? Man, my memory is fading, dude. I'm getting too old. Oh. I'm also disconnecting. Am I disconnecting? No, okay. I don't know what happened there. I think it was at the tail end of my the tail end of that button. That's why the animation went off, but it didn't trigger. Okay. Yo, what up, Moon Crystal? How you doing? What's up, Breezy? How you doing? Good to see you guys. Hope you all having good Mondays. Good start of the weeks. My brain disconnecting? No, it's like... Also, to be fair, Dan J almost inserted it in my head about the fact that he was lagging. And I had that immediate thought, like, I heard the animation go off. I think I saw the animation go off, but nothing happened. And that always is a trigger for me that, oh, I must be disconnecting. So I looked at my bitrate, I stood there, and then I hit the button again, we were fine. But I tend to have that, I think, with my ping, is that, and it's like, if the timer for your animation button, so in this case, Harpy, if it's about to wear off, and I hit the button the moment it triggers out, it will create the sound effect, but it won't do anything because it's already past time. And that's like the only thing that 90 ping would hit me with. If I had like perfect ping, that wouldn't happen. The exact thing happened to me yesterday. I was so confused. Hope you're having a good day, Breezy. I would not be surprised if disconnect happened. Mooncrafters breaking the game. I guess. I haven't... It's so funny. I have not logged into this game since last Monday, and I had to download the patch. It's been like, oh yeah, I didn't play the game since the new patch. So I don't know if things are weird in-game. I think I want to fix my GPU. This is Breezy. And frame rate before I go back into Deep Dungeon. Been dealing with on and off lag because 14's been eating your GPU lately. The, doing a fixed FPS is very good for Deep Dungeon. In fact, I definitely recommend it big time. But also, how come it's only happening now? Because I mean, you've done interesting. Do you think it's like a recent update that it's been doing it? You know, I know our buddy Miss Zuon had been having issues since the 7.2 patch, and she's been hard crashing 14. But then it sounds like you guys are having problems as well. I guess it's not just everyone. I mean, I'll tell you if we're having issues, because again, I haven't logged into the game until today, since since last week's patch. So if I see anything, I'll let you know. A video with these a broken driver. There's a hotfix one, but need to go through some extra steps to get it. Is that why my PoE2 was a problem? So I downloaded the most recent patch, the most recent graphics update in preparation for Expedition. And then on Path of Exile 2, I had been using Vulkan because when they did their 0.2 patch, DirectX 12 was having a massive issue for me, so I had to swap out the graphics because whatever. So I swapped to Vulkan, so Vulkan was fine. So I figured, okay, well, new NVIDIA driver, let's try DirectX again to see if I lost frames. Well, I hop into DirectX, okay, and I didn't lose frames, but the game couldn't catch up to what was happening on the screen. So there were animations that were going off that did not load in front of me, which included enemy animations. And I'm like, oh, we can't do this, dude. It's gonna kill me. So I swapped back to Vulkan. It was fine, but yeah, that was like very bad because it's like I would use an ability and I wouldn't see it, but it would go off. And when you need to see things coming at you, that was unacceptable in hardcore. I thought about updating my GPU driver last week, didn't do it, dodged some nonsense. I guess. I mean, that's the only problem I've had. To be fair, okay, here's another thing. I had not updated my graphics card for like maybe a month or a couple weeks, and my DirectX 12 was breaking. What I mean by that is that two games that I play kind of, well, one regularly and one not, Withering Waves, and when we were doing Satisfactory, I could not play either of those games on DirectX 12. I had to drop them to 11 because they just wouldn't load, period. Like, I didn't get an error message, it just wouldn't load. So after I did the graphics update, I was able to play Wuwa on 12 now, finally, because I guess it fixed it, but also I guess it created other problems. But I haven't seen any problems with any games on my end, but we all play different games, so could be a thing, who knows. And the most concerning one was Path, because, like, I will not die to a graphics issue. I'll die because I'm dumb, not because of a graphics issue. Me versus you, who's gonna win? I think the wolf would win. Looks like it's a fairly even match. Oh no, you're cheated, dude. I was just gonna go auto attacks with you, but no, you decided to use an ability, so now I have to use an ability. What happens? So Rory, you said I think you said you couldn't watch any FPS games because I think you get motion sickness. I don't know if you're playing Expedition or if you're watching some of it. Is that a game that gets you motion sickness, or that's fine? I've been seeing on and off about, you know, people who are susceptible to motion sickness with that game in particular. Although Wallen said I think he was fine, and he's someone that gets hit with motion sickness usually. This song reminds me that I need to do my hard mode Minerva attempt. Oh man, dude, when I did that blind, it took me an hour to kill Minerva. Oh my god. It was fun, but oh my god, an hour. I think it was an hour 15 for me to kill Minerva. I heard this strat from Minerva was just like Guild Toss, but I'm like... Yeah, but how about just actually fighting it straight up? What about that? It's been okay? Okay, nice. Okay. Like, I can understand how that game can create motion sickness, but, But it's nice because they had a feature to adjust the camera to like try to reduce motion sickness. I'm like, that's badass. Hell yeah. Yeah, if they could just fix their UI, it'd be great. I think everyone, not that I've seen a lot of people, but the people that I've talked to, and I've been watching one stream so far because they're behind me, a vast majority of people are all complaining about the UI, but that's about it. That's like one of the very few complaints I have for that game. The UI is not great. It could be a lot better. It's just you know, they definitely made a choice with the UI, but it's alright. It's the least of my concerns. I got used to it. I want to do without Guild Toss, Calci Punch, S. Yeah, I think I definitely didn't use Guild Toss. Did I use Costly Punch? I don't know. All I know, Tomoki, and I have it on my VOD. I think it took me an hour and a half to an hour 15 to beat that boss from beginning to end. It was great. I loved it. I love that. You know, not complaining about that at all. That was so much fun. Things that gets me personally watching first person is usually the camera moving in the ways I don't expect it. Yeah, that's like I guess that's how motion sickness works in like cars, right? Especially if you're the passenger. If you're the one driving, it's probably a lot more mitigated than if you're the passenger because of that unpredictability in terms of how the vehicle and everything's moving. But it sucks. It almost feels like it's a mental thing too, you know? It's like I remember when I started getting motion sickness on a boat for the first time. It's like you would think like, okay, well, let me not look at the water. Let me look at the floor. Let me close my eyes. But man, it doesn't help. It's you know? Why is it not helping? It doesn't make sense. But it is what it is. Just something you just have to deal with. Or not take drugs for it. That's why you take drugs. Did I just safety? I safety. I read good. Yeah, I'm just hoping that my own case of motion sickness doesn't become worse, because I only not recently, I mean, let's say past 8 years or something, started finally feeling motion sickness on a boat, which had never happened to me before. Although, to be fair, the reason why that happened was because we were on a very rocky boat at the time, and it was like, I mean, it was really pushing the limits. But ever since that, it's almost like it unlocked my ability to have motion sickness. It was so bad. But I did get motion sickness in a car when I was younger as well, but it doesn't always happen. Only sometimes, but man, I just hope it doesn't get like progressively worse or something, that I start getting motion sickness in games. I really would hate that. Sight. Let's use a sight this time, not a safety. And it sucks for the people that do get that. I remember joking on a stream one time about how if someone out there finds a solution for gaming motion sickness, they're gonna make a lot of money. A lot of money. Like a nice, cheap and easy solution that doesn't require drugs. They are going to just like and you know what you could do too? You can probably take like a product that's already out there, like one of the bands or something. Literally take the same exact product and just market it as gaming motion sickness something, and you're gonna make a lot of money. It's like people when they sold convection of it. I'm sorry, air fryers. It's like it technically wasn't anything new. It's just they made it sound all fancy and wordplay and all that stuff. Just means your sense of balance got better. True. My mom told me she could only get me to sleep as a baby by driving me around to the day I pass out when I'm a passenger. I do that too. Yeah, me too. I sleep in the car all the time. So if you're on a roller coaster, you're gonna tell me you're just gonna pass out? Is that what's gonna happen? Oh, the exit's here. Nice. Nice. Not usually, but I have actually stepped on one I took my dad. Oh man. I like that answer. Not usually. Like, 1 out of 10 times. That's Space Mountain, man. That was a real sleeper. I definitely, like, I don't remember the last time I went on a roller coaster. It must have been a couple years ago. But I do remember how I could do one, but I definitely start to get motion sickness on it. So I have to take, like, I have to have a literal cooldown before I do another one. I couldn't do one back to back. I don't know how I am now if I have to do it. I feel even worse. Oh. It was meant to be, guys. Taping upside down. Like, literally, let's say being hanged by your feet upside down, or like a ride that puts you upside down. I cannot do rides that will go vertical. Like, the feeling that you get in your stomach, like it's dropping, I cannot do that. And anything that goes, like, it sways up and down, like if it swings, like a big swing, I can't do that either. I can do a roller coaster just fine. Well, I used to. I'm sure I can, but anything that goes just, like, vertical, that is a big no for me. Both. Maybe, like, the head rush. I mean, the head rush is not great, either. Head rush isn't great. No handstands for Gims, I guess. Oh yeah, there's Jog. I forgot about Jog. Jog is a thing. Space Mountain made me really motion sick. Oh no! Was it because it was dark? Is that why? No puke as such as I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this at all. You know what gets me? And this was actually from when I was little, and not that it was trauma. It's just I just didn't like it at all. If I have cold water, like kind of like showered into my face, I feel the same. I'm like, this has to stop. Like, I can't do this. Like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just like I start to get hard to breathe or something like that. It's just I get extremely uncomfortable. And it's specifically cold water. Remember when I was much little, I think my mom or my parents would like wash, like, you know, super, like, we're talking like baby, like, you know, very little, but they would sometimes open the water with, like, it being cold, and it would take a while for it to get hot, and I remember it, like, it was so uncomfortable. No ice swimming. I think it's more like water shooting towards my face as opposed to, like, getting into a cold ice bath. I think I would be okay in an ice bath if it was necessary. I would prefer a hot spring than a cold ice bath. But I think that's fine. I think it's just more just like, you know, if you took like just anything that would just like a shower head or something towards my face and it was cold, that would just make me, I don't know. Again, I don't know how to explain it. I'll just feel extremely uncomfortable. Cats don't like spray bottles to the face. Well, I don't mind if it's warm. Just don't make it cold. The spinnies? Oh, the spinnies, I see. Oh, hi. Behemoth. Bum 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 bum. I like the wide variety of my playlist. The wide variety of music in my playlist is great. I love it. And now we've added French to it. Fantastic. We have French music in my playlist finally. Yo, what up, Wallen? Thank you, appreciate it. Hope you're having a good Monday. I keep forgetting my one button. Whatever. Alright, no problem with Behemoth. Let's move forward. I'm excited to go and get back to the Cosmic Grind and get stomped in. One of those two will stomp you. Yeah, I'm excited to get back into that game tomorrow. I'm itching to play it, man. I'm patient. Yo, what up, Aida? How the tacos go? You have good tacos? What's your favorite taco, Aida? What's your favorite taco, chat? Fish taco? Any specific fish, Emily? Taco is taco? Taco is not necessarily taco. For me, there was a very good Mexican place nearby that had opened up maybe in the past year. And I've had a lot of their tacos, but there is just a very simple chorizo potato taco. So it's just kind of just chunks of chorizo with cubes of potato and a spattering of other things in it, and that's my go-to. Like, I want to try the other things, and I'm like, but I could just have this one. Because it's good. Carne asada. Oh, I think you did tell me that. Okay, carne asada. Yeah, okay. With or without sour cream? I'm a bit of a sour cream fiend when it comes to tacos. I feel like I'm being a little sacrilegious to a taco. Annie, and you're happy. Nice, nice. Yeah, I've had a good share of different fish tacos. Fried, non-fried. But I'm usually, I'm more of the meat eater. So I probably would gravitate more towards the beefier, the meatier side versus the fish taco, but a good one's a good one. Not had tacos in years, if not decades, as I figured out tortillas. Tortillas is superior. Fair. That's fair. Well, the ones I have are on a soft... I believe they're a... Yeah, they're a soft... I think they are on a tortilla. They're not a hard shell. The one I eat. I mean, I don't mind a hard shell taco, but... I think it's more represents the idea of it being more smaller and handheld versus the specificity of the ingredients. You drown your tacos in salad cream? Hell yeah. I didn't mean to hit you. I woke up from a nap to find 80 and PoTD Reaper, my second favorite job talking about tacos. Nice. Yo, Perfy. I don't remember who asked me to do Reaper. I don't think it was you. But someone asked me to do Reaper, that's why we're on here. I have not done Reaper since February of 2022. And it surprised me. And specifically Palace. We've been in Reaper in other places, but haven't been here for 3 years in Palace of the Dead. I know. Some of you guys haven't been here for 3 years. Some of you guys have, but some of you guys haven't been here for that long. It's like you've never seen me do Reaper, which is just a funny thought, you know? Reaper was never a thing you ever saw me do. I mean, to be fair, I think some of you never saw me do Astro, but that's a different story altogether. Is this a new job? Widow Greed has a score higher than me in Reaper. By like, what, 20,000 points or something like that? God, I love this song. This song's so good. Every time I hear this song, I'm like, it's so good. It's one of my comfort jobs. I can tell, since you had a really amazing high score up there. I don't know if I have a direct how-to. I mean, I've gone over it a number of times, like, on the fly. But basically, it's like... anytime they come at me, I go away, like that, right? So they wait, come at me, and I go away. That's usually how I do it. But so essentially, if I run away like this, like in full regular motion, they will catch up to me and have consistent DPS, right? So if I'm just running no stopping, they'll have consistent DPS normally. So if they come at me, as they come at me and then I move, you can get into a range where they just happen to just like stop and not get to you, like that. See that? Like the way that I envision it, it's like they have a cast bar for their auto attack. And so if you get them dislodged with their positioning in such a way that like that cast bar fails like that, then you're good. But if you're going in a consistent motion, then they will create a consistent beeline to you and eventually hit you with that timing. So you're like disrupting it by going, and that's why we call it stagger kiting, because you are literally going through a stagger motion, kiting it. Did that make sense? Of course, like certain enemies are harder than other enemies to pull it off. Some enemies are just not having it. But that's the general principle of it. So it's just a little bit of a timing. Now, I learned it a lot. In Perfy, I learned it a lot stagger kiting from Red Mage. Because a lot of the casters, even Black Mage, current Black Mage now, and Picto as well. Not Summoner. Summoner's excluded from this. But from all the other casters, you actually, the timing and cadence that you go for is literally on the cast. The moment you cast, you move. The moment you cast, you move. And usually you get to that pattern where it just happens to work that way. But everything else which doesn't have a cast, like melee or phys range, you have to now create that timing. So, you know, if you're looking at playing a caster at some point on your end, and you want to see how the timing just looks, that could be a way to kind of practice it. It's almost like a guided practice. Whereas when you start doing it on a melee and a phys range, now you have to really literally do the mechanic correctly because you don't have the kiting and the timing for it to get it to work. I wonder if I wonder though if Harpy would kind of pull it off. So if I kind of move here, okay. So now I cast Harpy, wait for it, then move. Cast Harpy, wait for it, then move. See, it follows that pattern of the casting, and that's also the other way of doing, because again, it just works with the casting time of a lot of jobs. That it just, once you finish casting, you move. Once you finish casting, you move. And then it just so happens that the stagger kiting kind of links up with it. In like perfect harmony. Well, it's not perfect, but it is more or less decent. Speaking of auto attacks, why did it take me this long to realize that there's no auto attacks in PvP? I wouldn't knock yourself with that. They turned it off at some point. I think they turned it off in, I want to say maybe Stormblood, or maybe when they swapped over to Crystal Conflict. I want to say maybe Crystal Conflict, but maybe even earlier than that, they turned off the auto attacking. It definitely happened a little early on in PvP. I mean, it's not an obvious thing. It's more to equalize the damage, because there are some jobs that will do more damage to auto attacking. It also, this must have been during the Feast era Tomoki, because I remember it being a thing when you had a lot of crowd control. Let's say you had Sleep. Let's say you had Bind. Well, if you auto attack the target, then it kicks them out of the CC. So that, I think that was a way to kind of mitigate that issue of not kicking someone out of a crowd control with an auto attack. Which was a disadvantage for some, and, you know, other jobs like a caster, you're not up that close to worry about it, so you're not gonna do that. Caster I can get, but melee breaks my brain, thank you. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so if you can do it on cast, Perfy, that's the principle that you look at. Look at the casting time, and look at that cadence. Think of the caster as the guided experience, and then everything else kind of the raw experience. But the timing is still the same. It's just you're not having the casting cadence to give you the help now. And the auto attacks of enemies are generally all the same. That's why it makes it a little, in my opinion, it makes it a little easy to understand it, because you can take literally any enemy in the game, provided it doesn't have a slew of telegraphs. Like, let's take a Chimera. Chimera might be a little tricky because it will do abilities constantly. But take anything, and a caster. You don't do it on a caster because a caster doesn't count. But anything that's auto attacks in the game, they basically all have the same GCD. I mean, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the entirety of Final Fantasy XIV, I would say 95, if not 99% of enemies all attack at the same timing. They're on a global GCD and they attack with that global GCD. Hey, what up, Thurin? How you doing today? And that's why you get it on one Perfy, you get it on all of them. And the only variance is the abilities that they use, and the trying to adjust to that. Pretty good actually, sitting on a crazy monk run. Yo, how crazy we talking about, Thurin? $1,900 kills. Whoa! Are you going to see the magical 3K? Darabon still believes that you get a bonus point when you hit 3,000 kills. Because no one's ever proven it, so he believes in that one. Are you en route to beat Alpha score? His insane, untouchable Pictomancer score? Okay, can we not? Thank you. You could do it at farming. Oh yeah, I think you could, but you know, the run's gonna be 20 hours. So it just takes someone who's willing to dedicate 20 hours to a palace run, that's all. I mean, what's an extra 7 hours, right? That's another rage, okay. Try. I don't remember that first chest. What's that first chest? Probably end up with 2,000 provided I clear. Damn! I hope it keeps going. I wish you the best of luck. I hope it keeps going. For the chance it's real. I wish you the best of luck. My bit rate! Just don't zero out, I'll be happy. Stream's gonna be a little laggy, looks like, but it's not. It has not been good all day, but it's been acceptable. You don't want your internet. You don't want to go look at your internet, guys, and say that's acceptable. That's not how internet works. Okay. You don't need to just make it through the day. That's just not how things go. Okay, it's back up. Hopefully it lasts the rest of the stream. Okay, forbidden tech, let's do it. Uh-oh, it's forbidden, uh-oh. Alright, let me see what chest this was. That's subpar. Alteration. Have I ever found floating coffers? Hell yeah! You know, every time I reach a floating coffer, Sin, I have to respect it and do the Super Mario. I always jump first before I open it. We gotta do it, man. Did you know? You know what's a little tidbit about the floating coffers that maybe some of you don't know about? So I don't know why it existed. Okay. Oh no, we gotta respect this. We gotta respect this raid. Wait, I'll tell the story later. Yo, Chill Pill, thank you for the raid. What's up? How's the stream? Welcome in. Oh, thank you, Mr. Willow. Thank you for that. Thank you for that shout out. Chill Pill, welcome in. I hope 14 treated you well. You actually, I was about to tell a story, so you came in at a really good time, so I'll be able to tell the story fresh to you guys. Hey, I had a great Monday so far. I hope you had a good stream. What are you up to? Welcome in. I'm Angel's Demonist. I do a lot of Deep Dungeon solo on Mondays at the moment. We do the solo guides. We help people get the solo titles. On my other days, we're currently working through Clear Obscure Expedition 33, which is a fantastic game. We're going through a playthrough of that one, our first playthrough, but it's good to have you here. I got someone in my Discord play the coin sound for it. I did it too. Nice. Okay, so I don't remember the patch of when. Oh wait, my connection. Come on, don't cut me in my story. I don't remember the patch in which they essentially introduced the floating chest, and I say introduced, not that they did it intentionally, but it just happened, right? So when we started seeing floating chests in Palace of the Dead, it was also during a time when specifically the Ultimate Coil of Bahamut, UCOB, they had a glitch where there were towers that you have to do in UCOB, right? But apparently they were showing above the arena out of bounds. So people would do UCOB and it was impossible to do the towers because they couldn't stand in the tower. So they had to patch it because of that. And it seemed like it was somewhat related because it was all around the same time that we started seeing floating chests in Deep Dungeon. Now, they fixed UCOB, obviously, because they're not going to leave that around, but it didn't fix what was in Deep Dungeon. So you'll see the occasional floating chest in certain locations. But I remember that those two stories linking together of, like, UCOB literally broken. Just imagine you're doing UCOB and the towers come up and they're above your head and you're standing in this location and you cannot resolve the mechanic because you're not in the tower. That was what was happening, so that was an emergency maintenance. But yeah, I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what they did in the game to cause things to just go off the... What's it? The Z-axis, right? To just go off the Z-axis. But luckily, nothing really... It wasn't a broken mechanic in Deep Dungeon, although... something that we've noticed, especially in 7.0, is that for some reason in Deep Dungeon, in certain locations, Heaven on High has one, in the early floors, and Palace has a couple in the later floors, that there are invisible walls that just jut out of the arena. Like, okay, this is not an example, right? But let's just say in Heaven on High, you're like walking along the edge, and then you smack a wall that hits you dead stop. And there's nothing that you see visually. It's just literally an invisible wall. I ran into that on a Dragoon run in Heaven on High, and actually, it was a legitimate wall, because you know what I did? Was we were in 31 to 40, and the Harakiri bomb enemies, the ones that explode at low HP, or after a timer they explode, I pulled one, and then I hanged it at a certain location. Then I hanged around the invisible wall, so you can actually see the enemy, like, directly in front of you. It explodes, and it doesn't do damage, and it was a pure LOS. And I'm like, oh my god, that is a real wall that just doesn't exist, that you cannot see. So I was like, wow, that's interesting. But outside of that, it's just we just noticed it. I don't know what to do about it. But, like, it's weird that stuff like that is just kind of appearing, you know? But... yeah, it counted as a line of sight. Yeah, I think I have the short somewhere. Let me see if I can pull it up in between floors. Okay, let me see. Here, shorts. I haven't done shorts in a while. Oh wow, did I not do a short of it? Wall to wall, samurai, how to dodge a mimic, avoiding side aggro, Viper. Oh yeah, here we go, this one. Invisible walls. This is the one. Yo, Ryukin, what's up, dude? I got you, man. That's the clip. That's the one. Yo, what up, Biff Tech? I remember watching it, definitely a video, if not a short. Yeah, I did put it in a short. And that's the short. I put up a raising and everything just to make sure we don't end the run, and we didn't take damage. Oh, let me put it on YouTube as well. Sorry, like, I forgot. I'll put it on YouTube as well. That's the short that I'm referring to. Fiftek, I see you're free from your banishment from Pogstream. You have been released from jail. Strength. Yeah. I gotta always keep that in mind. I'm trying my best. Oh, amazing. So, Bivtech, have you decided if you're gonna get Expedition 33 yet, or are you just gonna live through the VODs and stuff? What do you think so far? I make one game suggestion, he decides to punish me for it and play the game anyway. Yeah, just, you know what's what happens, man. Life sucks, dude. Life sucks, man. And so, that wall, if any of you had seen that short, you can go into Heaven on High, and I'm pretty sure you'll find that wall, unless they've changed something. I haven't heard either way. No one really talks about it much, but also... no one talked about the fact that it's gone. I know a couple of our buddies in the community had seen that as well. I think the only reason I actually walked into it was because it was mentioned by someone. But like, of course, naturally you're trying to hug the wall, so you're gonna see it. Please get this off. Okay, that's a lot. I already got it! About to boot it up. Nice, let's go. I like the aggro reset walls that exist in Palace. Yeah, those are a lot... on the lower floors they happen, but I could never replicate it. I could never do it on demand. Alright, Chill Pill, thank you so much for the raid. Congratulations on maxing your Disciple of Hands, and I'll take care of whoever hangs around, and thank you so much, man. Absolute pleasure to have you here. If I ever find one, I need to do the wall joke as a good... Sounds good, man. I look away for 2 seconds and I have a million mobs on me. I hit a luring trap and something aggroed, so... I can replicate it in like the... Really? Dang. I was never ever able to replicate it. I did it a couple times in Heaven on High, but I can never do it again. Only the one though? Gotcha. It's a specific stock or the one that you remember. Gotcha, gotcha. A lot of silver chests. Wait, did I just bypass the strength? No, it's a resolution. Okay. I think the strength was on the previous floor. Oh, that's all. Oh, I didn't pick up the lust that I used earlier. Oh well, whatever. Happy to see Reaper still strong. We're getting the high school slice of life event in 7 Ever Crisis in 2 days. Started out as an April Fool's joke, but I guess people liked it so much that they decided to make it real. I saw the screenshots for that. I actually didn't realize that it was April Fool's. I thought it was a real thing, but good to see that they're alive and kicking. Music's good. Ad? Yeah, I gotta do an ad. Okay, ad's going out 3 minutes, and then we'll continue. 1:30 is our goal, so we are flying. So it might be a little bit of an early stream, but that's okay, because we're setting up for next week. So I'll see you in a little bit. DRB. We made a site for it and everything. I mean, you gotta go hard with those April Fool's jokes, right? You gotta make it real as possible. We'll do this one. I hope that game survives until part 3. And I imagine when part 3 is said and done, that that game will start to like lose its luster a little bit. Unless they do more with the 7 universe. I wonder if... No. I was about to say, I wonder if the existence of Clear Obscure would inspire anything with the new Final Fantasy VII, but honestly, like, even looking into how Clear Obscure is, I mean, I think Rebirth and the FF7 series are fine. It's more like, what does FF17 look like? I think that's my biggest question. I've been hearing so much talk about the situation of Clair Obscure, and how it's just literally taking shit by storm, which honestly it is, but makes me wonder how that'll influence whatever FF17 comes out as. They do have a young Angeal in Sephiroth about how he came to get the Master Moon. Interesting stuff. Gonna be sad if no one recorded it when it finally goes away. They got it. I'm sure someone will. I mean, it still makes me think of like Kingdom Hearts Union, the Kingdom Hearts mobile game. There is a video that has all of the stuff over there. In terms of like the storyline. Mr. Aurora Moon streaming like a monster. It used to be, oh man, Aurora's just gonna go 2 times a week. Now he's going like 8 times a week. It's insane. He's streaming so much. What the hell? Yo, what up, man? Thanks for shouting out our buddy Aurora Moon, who is going through his class arc at the moment, trying to clear the deep dungeons in all the classes. How did the Pugilist run go today? I hope you had a good time. Welcome in, everybody. Appreciate it, my friend. We're not as exciting over there, only because we are just setting up a file. Next week we go for our clear attempt. It'll be more exciting then. But today we're more chill and just chatting and relaxing with the chat. And Mr. Darabon, good to see you. Darabon actually just finished his Reaper run recently, so we're following up with our own Reaper run. I haven't been on Reaper for 3 years, apparently. So we're revisiting Reaper because it was requested by chat, and here we are. So hope you had a good time. What's up, Sadie? What's up, everyone? I'm Angel's Demoness. If you see me in Final Fantasy XIV, we are doing Deep Dungeon. We do the guides, we help people get the titles, so we do runs so we can showcase things to everyone. On my other days, we're currently going through Clair Obscure 33, which is a fantastic JRPG. You can see that starting tomorrow again. But the Mondays, we make it a 14 day, so that is what we're doing. We're doing 14. So I hope you had a good, having a good day today. We got Pugilist done. Wow, what a gamer. Just crushing it. Tanks are left. Hell yeah. Dude, Aurora's too good at this game. Someone has to try to stop Aurora, right? Can anything stop Aurora? What do you guys think? What can stop Aurora Moon? I don't know. I don't know what can stop him anymore. Bitech says I've been screenshotting dialogue from Ever Crisis. By dialogue, the story relevant events like they do in the anniversary and a half event, but isn't the same as the video. I mean, it's still memorable for you, right, Bitech? Yeah, let me catch up here. What's up, Blank? How you doing? What's up, Snack? How you doing? Good to see you guys. It's okay, Willow. Aurora deserves the extra love. He does deserve the extra love. I'm really liking 33. The game has a lot more humor than I thought it would. I think they, since you hit upon the dialogue, Guif, I think the way they do the dialogue is very good. Like, even like one of the early scenes, you can tell that there was care taken to make it more real. Like, you know, you could tell that they were, like, in the room, like, right there, like, talking with each other. Even if they weren't, it feels like they were. And that feels great, you know? It's not just a you talk, I talk kind of thing. It's like, it's more detailed than that. And yeah, the humor is great. I love it when it's more humorous and you have little quips and everything in such a serious situation. You gotta have something that kind of lightens the mood on and off, you know? And you could have it dialed on to like hard mode, but like hardcore mode, but it's nice to have the little bits and pieces there. Yeah, look, everyone that's crossed by while I'm playing the game, people that I've watched that are playing the game, like literally, I don't think I've heard one person complain about that game. It's incredible. It's just very good, and I think it's well deserving of it. 10 people redeeming warrior runs in a row. The true healer class? Is that what you're talking about? A crispy fry and cooked meat would take down Aurora Moon. Damn, a crispy fry. Wait, like one singular fry? People keep suggesting 33, but the art style isn't my favorite. I need to suck it up and try it. The art style isn't your favorite. So, like, you're not a fan of, like, I guess, Persona and all that? Yeah, I feel like... Aurora, I feel like a lot of the other features of the game you may like that will kind of overplay how it looks. Now, I think the game looks gorgeous, but not everyone has a preferable art style. Like, for instance, like there's a Final Fantasy called World of Final Fantasy that our buddy Biff Tech had played, and I just cannot get into that game because I just don't like chibi art. It's just not my thing. Like, it's nothing against it. It's just not my preference of art. And there's other games that I look at and I'm like, I don't know. So I get you on that part of it. But I do feel like there's just a lot of other things that are going well for that game that I think it's definitely deserving to release a look through, in my opinion. Am I finished with the main game yet? Not yet, Russ. I'm like, I don't even know if I'm halfway. I mean, I'm going through like a full exploration, so I'm going very slow. I don't know if I'm halfway through that MSU. Expedition 3D is so good, I can't put it down over the weekend. I'm itching to play that game, but I'm keeping it on stream only. And also, I don't know, maybe you guys caught up to me. So, I don't want to say necessarily where we're on, just because we're not playing the game, so I don't want to go too far into detail, especially if someone is looking to play the game, like maybe our buddy Aurora Moon. Biff Tech just picked it up, so I'll be very, very vague. But hey, if you want to come up tomorrow and see where I'm at, I would like to think a lot of you guys probably caught up to me at this point. You microwave your fries. Does that bother me? Not really. I mean, I like crispy fries, but it's hard to get it crispy, so... You love Persona, which is weird. I also adore turn-based, so sure, love it. I judged it first and now you love it. I think, Aurora Moon, knowing you, and kind of we have a little bit of similarity in terms of our preferences in the game, I think you'd like Clair Obscure. It is really kind of a full package game. You don't really get to say that a lot about games too. You know, like there are games that are good here, not that great there. It's kind of a full package, so. Yeah, no one say bad things about Octopath, because that is one of my favorite games as well. If the Expedition 33 looked like Persona and Metaphor, I wouldn't like it at all. You know, I got through Metaphor. You know, Metaphor was very Persona-like. Didn't mind the art style. I had other problems with Metaphor, but it wasn't the art style, that's for sure. I mean, to me, it's like, it looks like how Expedition looks to me. This is gonna sound almost like controversial, but it looks like a more polished Final Fantasy, you know? He's not compared to Rebirth, but certainly compared to 16, it's way more polished than 16 is. I mean, granted, I'm playing on my Power PC and we're playing the PC version. I don't know how it looks on, say, PS5 or something, but it looks gorgeous. Everything, the environments, the people, everything. They look really, really, really well done, so... Shut up, you're on my side, Sadie. we live on the same side of the 16th department. I sneak peeked to shame you're dying constantly. Hell yeah, I was. It was Prague. I think one thing that I was like, I'm trying to keep this very spoiler free, but one thing that I had enjoyed about that was that sometimes when you play certain things, you feel like you're bashing your head against a brick wall, right? It's like, how am I supposed to get through? I'm just gonna keep running it. With that game, it felt like every run was like you were progressing. Like you felt like you were getting progressively better, you were understanding something better, and that felt good. You know, it's like, okay, I'm willing to spend an hour on this fight, but I am getting better and we're understanding it more and more. And it's a good feeling, because that means you don't feel like you're wasting time. I think Elvis was mentioning it earlier that he was on a fight, he was progging a fight for 4 hours before he finally finished it, and the fight in itself took 5 minutes. But he was progging it for that long, and it's like, that sounds exciting to me. It's just Leo. Hey, thanks for the follow, welcome in. Hello, how you doing? Hades made me feel that way a lot. Avoided Hades 2 spoilers till now, but I hope it ends up being good. Yeah, wait till the full thing releases. So I got to do early access, but I'm gonna wait till the fully releases to dive back into it. That's a great game. Man, like, I know Ross is in here, and I was chilling in his screen when he was doing Noita yesterday, and some of the cool features that they had, you wish were in Deep Dungeon. I mean, Hades has a lot of things I wish were in Deep Dungeon too, as well. So, hey Mandan, thank you for the 11 months. I really much appreciate that the resub. Thank you for keeping the support going. I am playing Reaper. I just unlocked Reaper and yet nice. I was saying earlier on stream, Leo, I looked back the last time I played Reaper in Palace, and I was surprised. It's been 3 years and 2 months since I've been on Reaper in Palace, and part of me was like, what the hell? Like, how did I go so long without coming back to Reaper? And then I remembered we did a 6-month voyage on Astro, we had GDQ, and then EO came out, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I guess all of that probably contributes to me not returning on Reaper for so long, but it's a job that I thoroughly enjoyed. Nothing against it at all. I think it's the best melee for Palace. Of all the melees that are out there, it's just we never got back to it. I've been avoiding Hades 2 like it's a play. Continue avoiding it. I mean, they've released two new content patches for it. I don't know who's playing it though. Like from at least my mutuals there, Bon. I'm not touching it. I'm just waiting till it's released again, to its full release. But it was a very good game. Leave Deep Dungeon as it is with no differences from EO when Deep Dungeon 4 come out, and just add POD 2 pause tech. Yeah. PoE. Oh yeah, no. You know what we'll do? Cog? We'll put in PoE 2 pause tech, but when you're on the boss, it doesn't work. Just like how when you do pinnacle bosses in PoE and the game doesn't pause. So like yesterday, I did the 4th Ascendancy in PoE 2. And I was gonna do a gear swap because I needed movement speed for a certain part of that fight. And I forgot that... I forgot the game doesn't pause. I'm like, oh, I can't do my gear swap. Okay, I just need to fight this boss right now. Never mind. It would be fine if I was on keyboard mouse, but I can't do it on controller without reliably knowing that I'm not going to die at the very moment. I'm like, oh yeah, that's the thing. Reaper is what I failed on yesterday, says Varman. It was so good until debuff Storm 180s. It happens. I know when Cog was doing his pick though, he got a debuff craziness on Pictomancer. I think Darabon had a smooth sailing on his Reaper though last week. Come here. Okay, there's the chest over there. Oh, this is a no auto heal disable. I'm wondering why my HP isn't coming up. It's because it's auto heal disable. I'm currently trying Samurai. I don't think it's as good. It has potential, and it's a lot to do with Shin 10, because Shin 10 didn't exist on Samurai until last expansion, when they dropped it from 61 to 51. A lot of good potential. Like, I think it has great damage. Yeah, I may agree. I don't think it's as good as Reaper, but I think it's a very close second compared to the other melee. I experimented with fighting 191 no mods on Steel. Oh yeah, you were gaming. You were absolutely gaming. I think I had you up and then I took a nap and then you were done. Like, oh, okay. Yeah, I think I was like napping during your stream. And I got like normally I would notice if like you hit like a boss or like a tough moment and you just stream through Godfather like it was nothing. I'm like, oh, I guess you just beat Godfather, no problem. I mean, not surprising. It's just, you know, no stress on Reaper. It's a real pain to have to get your buffs up on every floor. That's fair. I like it, and I don't know, I like Samurai. I like the spamminess of Samurai. Honestly, I put Monk just behind Reaper if it had a way to aggro mobs. But the damage output's insane. The Monk on boss is very good. I can't deny that. As much as I dislike Monk, can't deny its ability to play the game. And it's really, really good on bosses. Reaper bulk is so wild. 190 boss is just casual, just chatting time. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, Darabon. Hey, Darabon. very, I mean, you probably already have it though, but it's very pertinent because I know you were talking about this. I just had a notification because you were discussing that you want to play Nier Automata before you do the Nier raids after you finish your Palace 100, right? I just got a notification the Nier Automata went on sale, but I feel like you already have the game. It's just funny. I don't know why it's going on sale. Unless Square Enix is having another publisher thing, but it's just very... It's not very common for Square Enix to go on sale. I guess also armor difference is real. On Reaper I could fight Bloods, on Monk I flop well, also the Bloodbath return is a thing, because I think Reaper would have a superior Bloodbath return than Monk, because of the OGCDs. So that's the thing that factors in. Like, Ninja would be rough with the Bloodbath return. Yeah, I just had the notification come on my phone. So in case they want to pull the trigger. I wonder if the other one is Replicant. Because it said Nier and 2 others. But I don't have Replicant on my wish list. I don't know what the other one is. Square Enix might be doing a sale today. For whatever reason that is. Maybe they're like, hey guys, we know you like turn-based RPGs, you should try ours. Maybe that's what Square Enix is thinking. Good old Square Enix trying to capitalize on profits. And more HP. I thought faster GCD would make up for it. The OG cities are important for Bloodbath in my opinion. It makes a difference, especially when you can wind up. Like with Reaper, you can wind up and have all your gauge and have all your cooldowns, and you're ripping apart enemies because of the Bloodbath and everything. Like, that's how you usually plan out for Reaper. Some of the other jobs, you don't get too much of a wind up. I mean, you could wind up Tornado Kick, I guess, but it's still not an OG city. Whereas, like, let's take Samurai. Samurai, you could walk up to a hard enemy with full gauge. Oh man, you're getting a bunch of return by expending the entire gauge on Shinten, you know? That's a lot of return. A lot of return. Okie dokie. Banner, banner, banner. I need to keep remembering Death's design. I keep forgetting that's the thing. Okay. Oh, not the this one. Bing. By the way, little random that I reconfirmed earlier. I don't know if you guys had seen Elvis's video, maybe about a month ago, that he got very confused that he hit a silver chest explosion in 151, and then he assumed that the Archdemon wouldn't aggro, but it did at low HP. And it was an auto-heal disable floor at that, so it was at low HP, but he aggroed the Archdemon, so it surprised him on Black Mage. Well, today, I hit a silver chest explosion going through a treasure room, and 2 enemies aggroed that were proximity, a Wyvern and a Triceratops, after the fact. Now, like, I didn't aggro it before the explosion. I walked near it and then it aggroed. And the Wyvern aggroed at 69%. So I think in Palace, and I don't know if it's just Palace, it might be Heaven on High as well, but proximity enemies seem to ignore the low HP protocol. Because it does it in EO. I'm almost certain it does it in EO. But it ignores it in Palace, so it's something to note. I mean, it's such a rare occurrence to happen. But at least I got to see the confirmation on my side too. The 2D DLC costume, 2B DLC costume is tempting me. But would Twitch get angry at you? Who cares if Twitch gets angry at you? It's your stream. If they get angry at you, it's more content. And Twitch themselves? I don't think so, man. I mean, look. Like, people are playing Cyberpunk and Baldur's Gate. There's no restriction on that. Baldur's Gate without, you know, without any censorship, and Cyberpunk, I mean, I guess you can play censored, but I don't really think they're gonna... That's, like, the least of the concerns. Time to start looking for stealth changes in D Dungeon leading up. Yeah, 7.3 is gonna be a big patch. I definitely want to get a lot of deep dungeon time in because you might see some stuff that just get ninja added in because of whatever they're planning for deep dungeon. Good point. Hell yeah, dude. This is still a good battle theme. You know, I was mentioning how, you know, I had my issues with Metaphor, but it had a good battle theme at least. Do you think we'll see a new trap, maybe? Yeah, of course we'll see a new trap. Come on, Thurin. We always see a new trap every deep dungeon. A new unique one? I don't know. Question mark. There's always a new trap in deep dungeon. I don't know what you're talking about. The better question is, what animal are we changing into? That's the question. Yeah, Ross got me. Ross got me, man. I wonder what we're changing into, though. You know, honestly, maybe I did go through this process. When we saw Eureka Orthos, like the preview of Eureka Orthos, I don't think I would have guessed an owl, right? Like, I don't know where the owl even comes from to relate to Eureka Orthos. Does anyone have lore on that? Because to me, it just seems random. So I don't even think there's any kind of logic, even if we know where the area is and everything. Like, I don't think there's any logic to what animal we change into. My only problem with Metaphor is that it was way more Persona than I thought it would hope to be. Why the whole team of Persona went out of the Persona part of the company to make a new one, to make an original IP just to make a new Persona with another skin. You know, Grief, that's fair. I've never played a Persona, so my perspective is completely blank from that. So that's a completely fair comment. I mean, I'm not complaining. I was kind of hoping to finally play a quote-unquote new Persona game, and I finally, I guess, got my hope. But you know, there's things I didn't like. Like a lot of the OST in Metaphor wasn't liking to me. I didn't like getting yelled at every turn that my character was dying. Like I didn't need to know that 3 times before I got to my character. You know what I'm saying? One thing I'm loving about Clair Obscura is that there is not a lot of dialogue diarrhea in combat. Thank God. Very subtle stuff. Hey, dodge. Okay. That's all. You don't have. You know, it's fine. I'll take that. Just you don't have to tell it to me in a paragraph. Oh my God, you're dying. You really should heal them. Oh my gosh, what's gonna happen if they die? The game's gonna go over. It's like, oh my God, dude, just tell me. You don't even tell me. I know they're dying. Relax. Teleport trap when the Alligans kept petting owls. That's my source. I made this up. I think it's a King Arthur reference. I don't remember owls in King Arthur. You could be right though, but I don't remember it. Yeah, like, it's one thing that I credit Final Fantasy Rebirth and Remake. It's like, in comparison to, I always throw Tales of Arise also under the bus, which like has dialogue diarrhea in combat. But like Rebirth and Remake do it so well. Like you can, like with the subtlety of how much they say, right? They do grunts, they just say like one-liners. It's enough to give you enough information about the fight. Like they'll subtly tell you, oh, this thing is weak to this. Oh, you know what ability you're using. Like between all the grunts they use, you know which of the like 5 abilities that exist. It's done so well. I don't need it yelled at my ear every time I hit the button. And I think Clair Obscura did a fantastic job with it. I don't understand why games have to do that. Like they have to be so beefy with their dialogue during combat. I don't know why that's a thing. Like that makes no sense to me. Like, it's just like, what are you actually listening to? Once and Future King is there is an owl part. Oh, interesting. I kind of want to look that up. That sounds fascinating. I guess it must have been something I didn't learn when I was learning the medieval ages or something. Medieval times and whatnot. I always turn dialogue from Tale games. It's so annoying. I just don't get why it's a persistent thing. Like, I remember when I was playing Metaphor, the very first thing I looked at was, could I turn off the fairy? And basically the answer was no, you can't unless you delete a file in your local files. I'm like, no, I'm not going to go through that problem. It's just, I don't know. I don't know why... Like, do people actually like that? Maybe it's my introverted side showing up. That I just don't like so many people talking to me at once, you know? I can't really deal with too many voices in my head. I already have to deal with my own. I don't have to deal with multiple other ones that are trying to backseat me when I'm playing the game. Like, when they do it in Clair Obscur, I feel like it isn't... Like, it almost comes off as, like, not necessarily the characters telling you that, like, they're trying to backseat you. It's more like they're genuinely telling their partner in the game, don't die, right? Dodge or you're dead. Like, we need to stay alive here, so... It has that subtlety that makes it not feel like it's yelling at you, it's yelling at the actual character. I love it. I also love that your whole party, including your character, died. Just try to continue in Persona, at least if the main character dies, it's over even if the others live. Well, you're the main protagonist, so I mean, you know. Protagonists can't die, man, come on. There are other games like that, though. I think that bothers me the least. As long as I know that's the mechanic, then it's like, you know, you kind of play around that. I think I'll need to re-steal. I'm not sure about this. I think if I can get through the ad phase, it'll be fine. But that's fair. I mean, you know, that's more of a personal mechanic. I think I'm okay with that, but depends. You would expect Metaphor to be? Bro. Expedition 33 is what I expected 16 to be. I mean, you know? Like, that's what I expected 16 to be. No, we got an action game instead. Because action game was the one that was hyped. That was the trend. That's what everyone was going for. It is still alive. We actually just checked the ranking. I'm at 147. I put a lot of time into it yesterday. I'm almost 93. I just did Ascendancy, the 4th Ascendancy yesterday. I just set up a whole bunch of maps to give me a lot of XP, so it's been kind of cool so far. I think I can make it. But I'm going through it very slowly. Like, 100% COG. I've been doing it where I would play, and then if I got tired, I literally just hard stop. I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna continue. And I would just do something else. Like, normally I would just keep going, but now it's just like, yeah, I kind of don't want to die anymore, so... Or at all. Yeah, I do think, whenever Final Fantasy 17 happens, it's gonna have even higher expectations now. And it's gonna have an interesting decision to make, I feel like. I wonder how that's gonna happen. I was doing that, but what I would do is jump on Rocket League to get my agenda. Like, go back. Sometimes, like, I would stand up, do like whatever I need to do, and then come back, and I'm like, yeah, I could do one more map, you know? My bitrate's dropping again. Like, I would be like, yeah, one more map, let's go. And I'm okay, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I was tired, I'm just gonna stop. I'm still searching for some gear upgrades, but it's very few and far between. Like, finding a necklace has been impossible, finding rings have been impossible. But And I'm trying to find new gloves. That's been impossible too. I think I'm still using like 50-something gloves because I can't find new ones. But it's going okay. Well, we're surviving. Ah, music. Oh my god, my bitrate has been just kind of disgusting today. I just hope we don't disconnect. Although it looks like I might. Okay. Finding new Pokemons are impossible too. Oh! Good question. So... yesterday, I did find a cheap Invulnerability Aura beast, finally, after like, what, a month of looking for one? But the lowest, like, so it wasn't necessarily the cheapest. Like, it was cheap, but it wasn't the cheapest, but it was very good. And it was, I got it down to like, 24% spirit reservation. But it was still taking like, I think 90 spirit, and I'm like, man, the way my build was in like at the time, it was pretty reliant on having a very specific amount. Like I needed a brute because right now it's running with Infernal Legion. I needed 3 clerics. I needed 3 frost mages because that's my DPS, and then I had the other guys that were doing the specters. So I'm like, I don't think it's worth it. So I dumped it, and I actually moved away from doing dexterity. But I have a companion now. I don't know. I don't know where I am with anointments because I'm getting breach stuff. I'm getting delirium, but I just haven't checked the recipe. It did cross my mind. I might look into it, but I'm not sure if it's worth it because also like I haven't found a good necklace, so it's just like I'm just hoping I get one. I don't want to commit to it, but I don't know. We'll see. I might think about it. But I moved away from it because actually, you know what I have now is I have like almost 5k energy shield. So that energy shield has been carrying me hardcore. Literally hardcore. So I'm just relying on that for keeping me up. And I'm like, okay, my defense is actually pretty good. But yeah, I went away from it. But I do have it, so if I need to pivot into it, I could. But I've gone away from it. But I am trying to find one Breach Spectre to try out. And I can't find him. And it's actually very hard to get a Spectre in Breach. Because I found out that... one... they only show up in Breach, that's the obvious part. But 2, you have to pick up the Spectre before Breach goes away, because they erase the corpses. When the Breach wave pulls back, it erases all the corpses. So I have to do it. I have to actually accomplish the entire animation before Breach finishes. I almost got one enemy that I was trying to get, and Breach was closing in, and I was halfway through the animation and it didn't count. I'm like, oh, come on. So I have to actually finish the animation. Well, my bitrate is just not happening. I don't know if it's like kind of laggy for you guys on stream, because I'm just staring at my bitrate and it's like, it's not pushing above 4,000 right now. So I apologize if it's a little laggy. Yeah, I'm gonna check the recipe. I don't know what the recipe is, and just see what it costs. Maybe I can drop it down to like 70, that won't be bad, but... But I've been trying to experiment with other specters, but it's still stuck with my my ice mages, which are doing really a good job. So I couldn't even connect to restream yesterday. I had to switch it to only Twitch last night's stream. Wonder if they're having problems in general. I mean, I guess I didn't have a problem Saturday, but usually it's my connection that's always a problem. So. I never had. So, I know Essie had gone away from Restream because she was having significant issues, but it could also be because of her location. So it isn't to say that that service is perfect, right? I mean, I typically don't have a problem with Restream, but that's just a case-to-case basis. So I'm just gonna assume this is not Restream. Well, I did have one incident, but that's a rare incident. It's acceptable, but not good enough. I think it's pretty costly as one of the bigger nodes. Yeah, I think so too, but I've collected quite a lot of Delirium stuff, and I haven't used them at all for the bonuses, so... Which I don't even think I will. I don't think I'll use them for the bonuses. To get, like, the extra bits out of them. You know, going through all these JRPGs, I am loving like in general, I am loving the variety of music genres that are going in. Like 16 right now, like it was very orchestrated, had that very epic theme to it, and it has a really unique flair to it. And then now comparing it to like Metaphor, and then comparing it to Clair Obscur. Clair Obscur being very French with its tones, but it's very different, and I think it's really cool to see all that variety and it all being just really, really good music, you know? Good stuff. Ire Suffering Suffering got a level requirement. The other two, so might not be that bad. What's up, Miss Alchemy? How you doing today? Hope you're having a fantastic day and weekend. You know, to be fair, okay, I'm watching my connection be bad, but I've also been having issues with my Bluetooth as well. I wonder if it's related. Finishing out my work day. Nice. I hope it's been a good day for you. Hope you had a good community day yesterday too. It looked like you guys were having fun yet again, as you always do. Productive? Hell yeah, we like productive. Yeah, I was a little productive yesterday. Tiny bit productive. Gotta try to do some things today as well. Okay. Take you out. Wow, my bitrate just doesn't want to get out of the gutter. Well, it's like halfway in the gutter. Also, I like the color change to the name, Miss Alchemy. Mine has been real bad lately too. Really? Well, mine's always bad. It's just right now, my bitrate... So I have my bitrate set at 6500. And like for the past like 30 minutes, it hasn't gone past 4K. And usually it's my connection. It's just kind of weird that it's been consistently bad for like this long. Yo, Guardios, thank you. I appreciate the good luck. Just unlocked Heaven on High. About to go in for the first time. Wish you luck. Good luck. Have fun. Tell me how's your experience. I think when I transition between the floors, I'll try to do a speed test to see if it's me or if it's the other thing. Let's go this way. Nope, let's go this way. Never mind, changed my mind. I still love this song. The song's still too good. You know, now that like I've only been doing 14 once a week currently. It's, hearing the playlist again, it makes me appreciate some of this music. Also, speaking of, what's today's date? So next week, I think Thursday, Friday, maybe Saturday, we're doing a sponsored stream because a new game's coming out. And it is a game called Sonic Rumble. And it is a community game, so if you guys might be interested in doing some community stuff, let me know. Or keep it in mind. We'll do it at night, in the nighttime stream. Sonic Rumble is supposed to be like Fall Guys, except Sonic. So just keep that in mind. I'll try to put an announcement in Discord so it's a little bit out there, but that is next week. I gotta do that next week. So might start off with 14 and go into that. Yeah, whatever, I'll just beauty. I was a little slow, I was yapping. Yo, Cal, what's up, dude? How you doing? Hope you're having a good day today. Let me check this chest first before we go. Oh, Rage, I don't need it. It has been a while. Hope you've been doing well. Okay, the stream might get a little funky. So mind you, because I'm going to do a speed test right now. So let me just take a look at what my speed looks like. See if it's me or if it's them. Okay, download's good. And upload is questionable. Okay, so it's me. It's more me than them. Upload is like struggle busting at like 8K. It's like I have just enough upload to stream, basically. Always a good sign. It's not a good sign. That's me being sarcastic. It's federal election day up here, so I'm gonna leave you on lurk while I get presentable for public things. Ooh. Yes. Put on that suit and tie. Kick ass. I hope everything goes the way that you're hoping for it to go. I hope I can just make it to the end of stream without this being weird. It won't, but the best I can hope for is that it doesn't just devolve into a complete shit show, only a manageable one. Manageable shit shows are definitely better than complete ones. I agree. There's a Gabi coming. Oh, rip. I didn't do it right. Oh my god. The resolution I used earlier. I think he's winning this fight. Oh, god damn it. Me and my jumping always penalizes me. Man, I feel so desensitized to Reaper after like running through Pictomancer and maybe like Summoner or something, because Reaper was extremely impressive when it first came out with its damage and its output. Now I feel like I mean, it's still really good. Like nothing's really changed. It's just I guess it's not as impressive to me anymore because I've seen probably better. It's funny. Job's still really good though. I heard something about Witch and PoE, and I got distracted, dying to— oh no! You're not doing— are you doing— oh, I hope that's not hardcore. Was that hardcore? This is a problem. Oh, that's a problem. Yeah. I'm still a melee after all. I play any... Okay. Am I still enjoying it? We are almost 93 on my hardcore. So I'm still alive. I'm chipping away at it. Also trying Lich Chaos thing. Hope it works out. Let me know what you think of it. I moved away from it. I just didn't like it. Like, it just... I still thought it was too many steps, but it seemed like it had a lot of potential. But then, I think what my problem was, Perfy, was I still wanted minions, and I don't know if I could have both. Like, I think how I wanted to probably do Lich correctly was that the minions would support me, as opposed to me supporting my minions. I think that was the difference. Because there's some really good stuff you can get with your... I could see a lot of really good synergy with minions trying to up your damage. Like there's one thing you could put on the minions, which is that they can have a 10% chance to hit Wither. And if you get a minion that's very cheap, and you have all those chances for them to just smack the enemy, I mean, that's a lot of Wither hits that can boost your damage. But the problem with Lich is that you are limited on... That was lag. You are limited on how many minions you can have, because you can't manipulate the spirit very well. So like me trying to run a full minion build on Lich just didn't seem like it was comfortable at all. The chaos damage seemed pretty good, but it's just not a build that I wanted to personally aim for. You know, so... I have 5 minutes at the moment and the Unearth. Gotcha. Yeah, no, precisely. And I would have justified Lich if it fell in my wheelhouse, but it wasn't gonna fall in my wheelhouse. So, but like I said, I could see the potential. I could see where, like, what it could put out, and like it seemed exciting. It just wasn't the path that I wanted to play through. Like, I could understand it, you know. I don't even know what meta is, except speedruns is different. I know what... Partially, I know what meta for speedruns is. That's different. I have to play meta for speeds. Look, if I have to do meta... then I'll do it for speedruns, right? Because it's, like, silly of me to be like, no, I'll play my way for speedrun, and then I'm, like, 3 hours slower. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. So if I have to do meta, it's gonna be on speeds. Just whatever the biggest streamers say is meta. You know, that was actually my take when during the Feast era in Final Fantasy XIV, when people were talking about quote-unquote meta in PvP. And that was exactly what I thought about it as. It's like, well, meta is really only what these top players are suggesting are meta based on how the ranking goes, but it isn't necessarily... Like, it's meta based on their ability to play the game. But they aren't, like, the end-all be-all of the game. Like, they're not going to be specialists on everything. They're going to be specialists on something. But, you know, they couldn't possibly represent every single individual. And not to mention... Especially when you're talking about regional meta, like, there were different metas based on region, but of course that wasn't factored into the thing. So it was meta, it was technically meta for the region, but not necessarily meta in general. Because, like, I always tell this story about how in NAEU, in the Feast era, black mages were very few and far between. Like, you never really saw a good black mage in NAEU in Feast. But it's only because someone wasn't good enough to be that good. And when I ran into the greatest black mage in JP and finally played against them, you just watch their gameplay and you're like, no one plays like this. This is why they're rank 1 all the time, because no one in NA plays like this. And if someone did, then yeah, it would be successful. But never would the top players ever say Black Mage is the best job, because no one could play it that good. and that's what it came down to. It's just, it still is a personal preference, you know? I mean, meta, to me, there is a meta that exists if you're doing hard math. But even then, certain games, you can't play to just hard math unless you're talking about robots, right? If you're talking about, like, AI doing AI battling, okay, well, yeah, because the results are always going to be the same unless you tweak the math. But when you're putting a human part of that thing into the equation, there's always a human factor that will get involved. And there will always be an outlier who is not going to follow meta and still actually be better than most other people. These also meta suggests that you play a certain way to achieve optimal results, but that assumes that you're playing... That assumes that the optimal results are even optimal to begin with. Meta is the company that owns Facebook? It is, true. Can hunters have more than one pet out eventually? It can have 2. At the cost of your own life. One trick can be often complete with meta unless it's generally 50% difference between meta and second best. One trick can often be complete with meta unless it's generally 50%. Yeah. But it's almost like the case with like Final Fantasy XIV rating, right? Because Final Fantasy XIV rating kind of falls under that trap as well. People believe that they're a meta because, you know, the bigger streamers talk about it. Oh, take this job, take that job. But in reality, it's like... I think Sora Next does successfully design jobs that every job can clear content. Very easily, mind that. It's just people live and die by the parsers, so they look at the damage and like, oh, your job just can't do that much damage. Too bad. Even if it's possible that the person that's joining the party is actually the guy who will get the 100 percentile, but just because the charts show that every other person who's played this job is incapable of reaching this certain damage, that means they're just, you know, not as good, which is it's just bad. But of course, you will have situations in speedruns, in world first races, where there clearly is a meta, but there is a reasoning why that's the case, because you have a big goal and there's a race potential. So in that case, technically meta is important. Otherwise, you're just handicapping yourself. But if you're just doing it for a casual clear, then meta is silly. I've had runs in crew where I was beating Pictos as a Viper, exactly. Yeah. It's just, it sucks because people will kind of, like I said, live and die off of quote-unquote hard facts when they don't really play the job themselves. And that's where you start losing potential from people. That people could maybe showcase that X job could actually do really well, but now you're stunting that growth because you're just following what other people tell you. Which has a point, but, you know. Yeah, my connection just doesn't want to agree, so I just hope the stream is looking good for you guys, because it is not looking good right now. It has not climbed above 4K for like the past hour. We haven't disconnected, so I guess I'll take it. I might, man, maybe, you know what, if this is like this by tomorrow, I might try to reboot my router. Maybe something is up with my connection, but we were fine on Saturday. I'll keep it in mind. I mean, if, like, okay, here's a really good example, right? I made a name for myself in PvP in Heaven's Ward as Summoner. Like, you talk to some of the old PvP farts, sometimes they come on in here too, and they'll always reminisce about my Summoner in Heaven's Ward. And it's like, I had a really good Summoner. I figured out something with Summoner that was just really bursty, and I deleted entire parties with my burst. But like no one else played Summoner. Like never would you see anyone really play Summoner at all. It was just me playing it. But I was just good at it. And that's kind of that example. That's why even more so do I not agree with meta generally. Like I want to see someone flourish with something because they believe in their ability. That's why anytime you get that common question of what's the easiest job in Deep Dungeon, what's, you know, blah blah blah, I always keep it very open-ended because, you know, you don't want to kill someone's potential at doing something super cool just to follow the mold. Oh, just do Machinist because everyone does Machinist. I mean, why bother doing other jobs? Just do Machinist because everyone clears the Machinist. Well, if we did that, then we'd never see Warrior becoming popular. You'd never see Pictum, and never see Reaper. We just had someone in Discord, I think yesterday, clear Necromancer on Ninja. You wouldn't see that because it would just be like, oh, okay, I'll just take that because everyone said so. Well, I can definitely assure you it's not coming from me if that's the case. Because I'll always make sure that you keep it very open-ended with my answer. You want to play that job? Then play the job. Find out for yourself. Also a bit of fun in situations. Jobs that are perceived as bad have artificially higher logs than they should have. Yeah. People live and die off the information. Just because Picto was meta doesn't mean the person playing it is. I beat several classes at the worst DPS for rating Machinist where I shouldn't have been. It's not a flex just saying someone can play meta. Yeah. You still need to play the job. It doesn't hand you the victory. I think that's what people sometimes miss, you know? Actually, maybe most people miss it, that it doesn't just give you the victory. Like, you still need to play, you still need to have a player's skill level to do the job. I was always a believer of pick one class, stick to it. Your one-tricking something will end up becoming better long-term, simply because you learn every little inside and out. Well, more so, I mean, I've certainly seen an Azo in Deep Dungeon. You will have people with very specific preferences in terms of how they play the game. Someone will like Machinist, someone will hate Machinist, someone will like Tank, someone will hate Tank. And I always want to do it where, like, you want to play the class or the job that feels comfortable to you. Because I know through all my gaming history, I don't feel comfortable in every single game. I don't feel comfortable in every single class. I will always gravitate towards a specific class. I'd like to get good on all of them, but I will always gravitate to a specific class anytime I try a new game. And what's the reason? Well, because I'm used to it, because I like it, because I enjoy it. You know? Trying to force myself into playing something that I don't think I'm going to enjoy as much won't do me good. I'm just gonna suffer just believing that I'm gonna hit the goal. But I think that's what it comes down to. People will only care about... There are people who will only care about the goal, not the journey. Deep Dungeon in itself is always about the journey, in my opinion, right? It's like why it always seems funny to me sometimes that you'll get people who will, you know, buy the title, like pay money to actually get the titles for Deep Dungeon. But I mean, I know within the community, I think people will enjoy the fact that it isn't the fact that you just have the title over your head. That's like the least of the concerns. It's the fact that you have this amazing story to tell. The last floor. How many did I see people saying they had less than a minute remaining? You know, they had a really hard 81. It's like the story that you tell is the victory, not the title. And I think that isn't just something that I enjoy. I think that's something that you guys understand too. That you get to share this experience with the other person. That you went through this trial and tribulation, and that's the victory. I think with other games, I think Deep Dungeon is very unique with that. I think other games, it really is the goal. It's all that matters. So as long as you get to the goal, who cares about how you got there? And that's why it doesn't matter what you pick to do it, as long as you get the goal. Which sucks, but I'm not judgmental about that per se. You know, to me, people will find their enjoyment in games the way they find it. It's just, it only becomes a problem when you start implying that your sense of enjoyment is how they should enjoy it as well. Henceforth, the backseaters, that's where it gets bad. Just like Machinist right now has 5 times less parsers than Dancer, and you can clearly see that it has much higher median. Meaning that generally most of the people that play it actually know how to play it. I got my hand on Mercy Safts recently, and all 5,000 kills and frontlines were Bard. And I only like Bard in PvP. Yeah. That means you're really good at the job. Boy, wait. Did someone tell you to do another class? That would be really sad for PvP. Who the hell cares in frontlines? Oh my god. But yeah, for sure. If that's what you enjoy, then boom, there you go. And the same with Viper. People told me if I really want to go melee, I should go Samurai and EO since Tengetsu is broken, and frankly, but if not for Cosmic, I'd be going for 91 set at the moment. But Cosmic took my time away. Hey, what's up, Colleen? Viper was very fun to fog on, so Bloodbath go bird. Yeah. Yeah, why does it... I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It's like, and it's so crappy because it's like the same issue all the time. It's like a persistent gaming issue that will never leave anything. You'll have people that will always follow what someone else tells them to do. Whether they're good or not, it's just because, oh, this is the best job, do this one. Someone asked me to tank in PvP and I tried Darkrai and it wasn't my finest moment. I tried healing in PvP, dude. I can't. It's like, I've seen people heal all the time. I know what you have to do. I am not built for healing in PvP. Holy moly. If something is favor of the month, it will draw a lot of people. And remember, around half the people are below average in any given set. Yeah, and Machina's is not quite the flavor of the month. And if anything, it's the exact opposite, because even if you look at the numbers, I think what presses further is the fact that, going back to Cog saying, like, the bigger creators and bigger streamers and the guides will all say, you know, well, I mean, how much did social media go through just crapping on Machinists when the patch released, right? I mean, that's going to trickle down to the average player. They're going to see that and like, oh, I guess I won't play Machinist. I mean, you almost wonder... I almost wonder if that affects even Deep Dungeon. That the word on the street is Machinist is in a bad spot. And do you look at now Deep Dungeon, it's like, oh, why would I play Machinist? It's really bad in 14. Like there might be this connection about that when it's literally the opposite of like, Machinist is still really good. It's like literally it just gets better in Deep Dungeon. Like it hasn't changed. It might suck over here, but it's still really good over here. But those are the kind of the trickle down effects you will get. Because you will, the average player will, you know, listen on what people are talking about and follow that. And again, it's not a bad thing. I think that's just the nature of gaming, and that's what it is what it is. It only becomes bad when you start implying and suggesting that path is the way for everyone to go, when that is not. That's not how you're supposed to do it. Like, if that's your path, great. It's not going to be the path for person B. If person B wants to do something else, then don't hard convince them to do what you're doing. To the point where it gets vulgar. That's where it gets really bad. That's why backseating in gaming is always rough, because that's essentially the same mentality. That people will just think that, like, you're playing a game wrong, and you have a perspective on how you play the game, so you just assume that that's how it's supposed to be played, but that's not how it goes. That's precisely what's not supposed to happen, you know? Piyamas, it got a big slap in the wrist with AoE nerf. For those who do AoE, if you don't do it, then it doesn't change. Yeah, if anything, it affected score runs in Palace, but like, again, if we're talking like, you know, like Gibbons was mentioning, like, you know, the average player below average, I mean, you're probably, if you're just going for a clear, you're not really worrying about AoE pools that much. Like the least of your concerns, right? So. Okay, I gotta hit Nat here. And Corrupt Depends, I don't think I said hello to you. I think I went on such a long monologue, but thank you for... Yeah, we're back on Reaper. I have not been on Reaper for 3 years. And this was something that someone requested. I don't know who it was. If you want to be like, that was me, then please take credit. I'm probably just going to believe you anyway. We're back on it because it was requested, so... And I do like the job. I didn't avoid it because I didn't like it. It's just we had other things to do, and now we're back. So, and we're flying because uptime 3 hours. Probably only gonna have like a 4-hour stream at this point because we're gonna stop at 1:30, or maybe I go to 150. I don't know. Do I want to go to 150? No, Reaper's gonna fly through the floors later too. So, let's do a last 20. I'll be back. Thank you guys for watching. We'll do some ads and then we'll plan for the last one. It might be the last ad on stream. BB, I think it was Darabon. No, Darabon joked about the Red Mage one. I don't actually think it was him suggesting the 69th clear was Red Mage. Although he did take credit, so I'll give him the credit. I know someone else said it though. Reaper was someone else. I just don't remember who it was. I don't think that was Darabon. Darabon did do Reaper on his end though. He did Reaper last week. So he did actually run it on his end. But anyway. BRB. And actually, I will take a small break myself. I'll hit the restroom. So I'll take an actual BRB and then we'll come back. So thank you guys for watching. When I return, we will continue the file at 1:11. See you in a little bit. Alright, let's continue. Let me refood up. Boop, 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 boop. Gotta hit the button. Okay. Yeah, bitrate's still annoying. Probably good this will be a little bit of a faster experience too, so I don't have any weird connection things going on. Been fighting this pink thing for the past 30 minutes. I don't think it's worth it. You know... It's a fight, that's for sure. I think it took me like 40 minutes to kill it or something. It is a... It almost looks like a sheep. Kind of. Welcome back in the ads, guys. Thank you for your patience. Your eyes refuse to do colors correctly? That sounds like Velvet. "15 seconds, I could do this room." Do you fight it right away or came back? Because I found this place. So... How can I best say this? I was at 3 members in my party before I dealt with it. I didn't do it when I did the demo. So I already knew what I was going to walk up into, and I wanted to be a little bit more powerful, so I went back to it when I had 3. But I did do it more or less, like, in the beginning. Not really sure if that's recommended. So I have a big idea of what's going on. Yeah. 'Once I had like 3 members, then I decided to try to tackle it. And then I got stubborn, and then we pulled it through. And man, I gotta tell you, Bivtech, look, I mean, you do what you gotta do. I mean, I think you can definitely go back to it at any point. At least that's what I have inferred. But when I beat that boss, my confidence for the game shot through the roof. I'm like, oh man, like we're ready to just fight anything. Now, granted, I've skipped a couple things, like I've skipped a handful of stuff leading up to that point currently. It's like one thing that I have avoided because it... Actually, 2 things that I've avoided because it looks like it was just not my time. Yeah, my confidence shot up with the game. I mean, so much better at pairing, so it's good to game for my gameplay anyway. Yeah, yeah. The confidence, man. Oh my gosh. I'm like, oh, I could do this. No problem. That's why, like, you know, it's obviously going to be a different experience for everyone, but I always felt like with all the fights, I always felt like I was getting better every single fight. It was just a matter of tweaking my timing. I could see it, I could understand when I'm supposed to parry, when I'm supposed to dodge. So it's like it was just a matter of time for me to get it sequenced in and then get consistent with it. Yo, what up, Jackie? How you doing? People dodge. You know what? I have found myself dodging spells, but not some attacks. I don't know, for some reason I felt more comfortable dodging some spells. There were like certain things that I was dodging as opposed to parrying. I think later on I was doing more parrying than dodging, but... I don't know, I didn't know you could do anything other than dodge spells. You can parry them, it's just, I don't know, the timing for me got wonky, so I felt more comfortable trying to dodge them, but you could certainly get the... You can parry and dodge everything. It's just getting that timing down. This week's Gymquisition is all about how they suck at dodging and parrying in the games. Hey, I was always good at dodging and parrying. As long as it didn't get weird. Like, that was my whole thing. Is that if the timing didn't get weird... And I think one thing I didn't like about action games, and this also felt with Elden Ring, was that it wasn't the simple act of dodging and parrying. It's that you also had the added feature that some attacks were bigger area of effect, so if you were just a little bit far or a little bit close, it would do different results, and I could never get myself to comprehend that very well. Or like if you're on a weird angle, then the timing would change. Like, those are the things that always irritated me. And maybe that's why I've been taking a liking to how they do it in Claire, because it's always consistent. The timing will always be at this frame, no matter what. There's no alteration to it. There's no angle. There's no weird oddity to it. It's just always going to be there. So as long as I pick up the timing, I'm gonna get there. Took like 3 parries to stun a boss in Elden Ring. I never parried in Elden. I only did dodging because I played a mage, so I didn't really run a shield, nor did I really get too much into that part of the game. But it was interesting to hear people. I think some people were having initial issues trying to get the parrying down because the timing was. I think what I heard, I can't remember where I heard it from, but someone was mentioning how they took a while to adjust to it because it's different than, like, say, Elden or something, that the timing was this as opposed to that. And in my head, I'm like, oh, really? I guess maybe because I don't have that perspective, it was fine for me, but I picked up really fast. Yeah, I thought the timing of it was exactly what it needed to be. The only thing that was throwing me off was the different cast times, right? When it was slow, when it was fast, when it was a combo. That was the only thing that was throwing me off. Did I get your intuition? I did. Okay. Yo, 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 yo. Where's the chest? Oh, was it dropped by the frog? Or did I just bypass it? No, I just ran past it, okay. Oh no, I already checked the chest. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Hey Zippo, 45 months, let's go! Thanks for the tier 1, I appreciate it, dude. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for that continued support. Almost line of sighted myself there. Hello? Yep. I'm not out of here yet. Okay, this is the resolution. There's actually one more room. I'm not gonna go back there. Oh, come on, are you serious? God damn it. Recently wiped toe. No! What job were you doing it on, Zippo? F. Machinist? Damn! I'm sorry to hear. It happens. Was it a late burst, or just didn't get all the burst off? Late burst? Gotcha. I feel like late burst will probably do it. I'd want to hit you're hitting your buttons okay, so... Could also be the wild card of, maybe like a steel dropping, oh, I'm sorry, a strength dropping, or maybe the lust dropping if you took a while to get the burst off. That could also be a factor. Sometimes it's hard to see, especially with everything going on. That takes like video proof for that, but I've seen that happen a lot. Especially for like newer gamers or like people doing jobs for the first time, they get a little cautious about when they're supposed to do a lust burst, and they wait too long, and then the lust drops by the time they actually do the burst. Common mistake. But nerves, that's the thing. Oh, I think I'm gonna disconnect finally. No? Okay, it came back from the ashes. It went down to like 84 bitrate. Which is, you know, fantastic for streaming, let me tell you. Maybe today is the good day that I go a little shorter today. I mean, Reaper is just a fast job, so what can I say, but... Maybe it's just one of those days. Tuition. I'm not sure if I'll ever manage to beat Behemoth on Machinist. Also long... Yeah, I just saw it. There's literally not much I can do. It just hasn't recovered. It's just sitting at like 4K the entire day. I don't know what's going on. You know what the problem could be, Varmin? Is there anything that you think you're pinpointing? Do you have a VOD that I can look at or something like that? It's like I hate to feel like a job becomes impossible for someone. I always want to try to see if there's something we could showcase or, you know, something that might help. Sometimes it is what it is, but... to possibly. It's been like 2 years since last time I tried Machinist. Okay, okay. Good song. Good, I've gotten a lot of blind today. I think it's like the 4th or 5th blind I've seen, so I'm just refilling my water. Hey, Dessa. I'll use that later. Bam, 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 bam. Fortune? I used the steel delayed. How's the setup going? Solid. Reaper is just strong AF, so no complaints from me at all. It's still good. I've always said that Reaper to me is probably one of the top melee for first time clear. If you really wanted to do a melee for a first time clear, I probably would throw Reaper as one of my first suggestions, and it's still damn good at it. Yeah, I'll use it. Well, there's another chest there. Oh, oh, whatever. I'll just come back for it. Or rather, I'm not gonna come back for it. How are you doing, Destin? Hope you're having a good start of the week. I've been speed learning and leveling gatherers and crafters for new content. Ooh, speed learning and leveling. Does that imply that you've never done crafting before? Is that what I would take away from that comment? Is all at 0? You know what? My history of the crafting gathering, I don't do it anymore. I've essentially retired. But when I played this game in 2.0 beta, what definitely sold me into this game was the crafting gathering. For whatever reason, I fell in love with crafting and gathering, which is part of it, right? So, like, you know, you want to gather your own stuff. So crafting was the main thing, but gathering was part of the thing. And I always found gathering as a nice kind of relaxing type of game mode. Later on, you know what I realized? The reason why I actually fell in love with crafting is that it was basically a turn-based combat. It's essentially turn-based. That's what it is. It's turn-based combat. And I'm like, this makes sense why I like this. I like crafting a lot. Of course, nowadays it's a little less like that because aside from doing expert recipes, it's very much macroed now, which is one of the reasons I really started to dislike crafting. It's just find a macro and do it. And it got to the point where I could be stubborn and be like, oh, I'm just gonna do it manually. it just wasn't efficient anymore because you had to macro because it's just faster. Like it's straightforward. You hit 1 or 2 buttons and then you're done. A lot less work, and it sucked because that's just the way the game kind of evolved into. Except for expert crafts, you actually had to pay attention. But you're not a fan of turn-based? Damn. So no Claire Obscure for you, huh? That's fine. That's fair. But, okay, with that being said, though, I hope you're having a good time. I mean, you didn't necessarily imply that you're having a good time. You just said that you're speed learning and leveling. It could be a means to an end just so you can do something. So, but I do hope you're having a good time with it regardless. I feel like that about crafting. I just started leveling all of yours. It's nice to see it. I hope you guys enjoy it. Like, definitely don't take my impression of it. I'm just an old geezer, right? I've just done it for a long time. Like, okay, spend 8 years doing it, then come back to me. Like, let me see what you think 8 years later. I think it's still a wonderful activity, especially if you're new into it. I mean, that's 14 in general. It's that 14 is really, really good. You know, as a new player, I will still hold on to that belief that it is. Just my old fart self is like, I'm over it and doing other things. Yeah, it's a steal. I like the vibes of playing with some peeps here and having a good time. Good, yeah. And from what I can see, Cosmic is pretty cool. It seems like it's a well-received piece of content for people. It all comes down to just if people are going to continually do it. That's the only thing. I leveled Alchemy and all my gatherers to max each expansion since I started, but I never bothered with all the other ones. Gotcha. Or I should say I tried them a bit, but gave up around 140 yesterday. Fair. Yeah, whenever I leveled my crafters per expansion, I always did all of the crafters all at the same time. And aside from being like an Omni crafter and being able to craft everything I wanted to, Colleen, it wasn't just that. To me, it was more efficient. Because if I leveled everything at the same time, you had a lot of crossover between the crafts. And so that crossover would carry into each class. So to me, it made sense to just level them all together. Not to mention, the gearing situation was a big thing, because you can just use the same gear for everyone. So it saved me a lot of inventory. But that was more my my personal logic why I leveled all of them together. Hey Domo, good so far. We're just chilling, man. Just setting up this file. This has been going very quickly, so we might finish, I would say, a little earlier than I would typically stream, but we will reach our goal. And maybe not a bad day today, because my connection has been a little funky all day, and I need to observe it tomorrow, because if it's like this by tomorrow, then I might have to do something. But at least it's watchable, and you guys don't seem to be having too bad of a time, so. So I'm back at it now on the moon, trying to do that same type of gear. That's why all my others are around the same level. Yeah, it just makes sense. It's so much gear to have to individually have them, right? But I think similar to you, I've been also enjoying a lot of different games. Yeah, it's a time, you know. I mean, for me, it's more maintenance mode. The reason why I've kind of cut down 14 to a week now, to once a week, it's maintenance. If I did 14 more than a week, especially with all of my goals kind of wrapped up, it's gonna be tough. I might really burn out before we get to our Super Bowl in the community, with Deep Dungeon 4 coming very soon. So I'm keeping it paced out, maintaining a nice schedule. You know, I know some of you guys may not come up to the variety streams. I get it. I would love to have you there, but I get it, especially because we might be doing games that are spoilery. But it's always nice to at least have a week out of the day to catch up with everyone. So, hey Shelly, have they announced when Deep Dungeon 4 is coming out? Not specifically. We know the thinnest mark that we have is that we have it at 7.3. If history were to repeat itself for the past 3 Deep Dungeons, you're expecting it to be 7.35. They didn't explicitly say that, but there is no reason why it wouldn't be on that schedule. I looked in PoE a little, but it's a game I want to get into myself when it fully releases, so I want to go semi-blind. Yeah, and please, I mean, you're talking to the choir when you're talking about spoilers and everything. You know, I want to totally respect that for people at more of an extreme level. I mean, on Saturday's stream, I kind of jumped down someone's throat about borderlining, giving some backseaty type of information. And I'm pretty much going, like, very zero tolerance on that, too. Like, don't give me information. Like, just don't do it. You're not gonna like the results of it. And then I'm gonna remember you forever. And you're gonna be that person. Oh, you're that person. Oh, yeah. I'll keep an eye on you. It's why I've been lurking through nice footage. Yeah, no, please. Please, Magnus. When you cut through the games real fast, like, you'll catch up real easy. Yeah, no problem, Chelly. And yeah, Chelly, look, keep asking me. I would love to think that I will have the latest information, right? At least our community will have the latest information. So if you're asking that question, I'd like to think that I will know more than, aside from our fellow community members. You know, Darebon came in here earlier, Aurora came in with the raid, Sadie was here. Like, those guys will probably know as much as me, that's fair, but based on the other people, I'd like to think I know the most, or at least I try to stay on top of it. For me, it's not the story, but more the gameplay. I think it's a similar approach to yes, I did. Yeah. And it's more, and it's like, yeah, 100%. Like, the story for me in PoE 2 is kind of okay. I mean, it's not a JRPG story. I mean, what am I expecting out of it, right? Make it acceptable and I'm good. But it's like, you know, meta exists in those type of games. You know, there's going to be a build that will be the most powerful build out there. And it's like, part of me doesn't want to know what that is, because one, I want to play my way. Two, doesn't it feel good if the way you organically play leads you into that build, even if it isn't the exact build, that you now have the capability of constructing a build that actually was meta? Isn't that a good feeling, instead of just having to play it? And to me, that experience is equally as important as hitting the goal. Like, okay, I can smash all the maps, I can get to endgame, I can get to 100, but discovering the journey to get there is what's important to me as well. The amount of rages I've gotten on this run right now is insane. I love breaking my builds and trying to get in PoE 1. Hey, that's how I got to my build now. You know, we bricked a lot of builds, we saw the weaknesses, we saw the strengths of it, we tweaked it a little bit, and now we got to a build that I like. And not to mention, because of the time and experience that I spent before, I feel like getting to a new build in future patches are becoming faster for me because I understand strengths and weaknesses. Like, my game knowledge is there. I'm not restrained on waiting for someone to tell me what the information is, you know? Like, oh, let me just wait for this person to tell me what their results are. I mean, you can. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not the way I want to play, though. I don't want to just, like, you know, twiddle my thumbs and feel like I'm useless until someone releases information. I want to figure it out myself. And that's one reason why speedruns were really tough. Because it had to be a mix of me looking things up and also trying... Like, it was a balance between me being stubborn about... what strategies that I could develop, but also it would be faster for me to just literally look up what someone else is doing so I can expedite my process. But I was on a time limit because the race is coming, so... I figured you'd have the ear to the ground on more than most. Yeah, I mean, if anything, like, the little detail that I can give you, Charlie, is that there was an interview from, I think, Famitsu, which is the one that the most latest information that I've heard, was that they were discussing the future plans for content in general. So they had talked about how in 7.25 was going to be the Occult Island, right? Whatever that properly is called. But then they were getting into the fact that that will continue in 7.4. That they're not going to go into 7.3 to do it. They're going to go 7.25 and then 7.4. But the reason why, they explicitly said in that interview, which is, again, solid confirmation, and I believe the translation was 7.3 is the Deep Dungeon patch. And that's where it gets a little interesting, because aside from that, they also talked about how they want to make Deep Dungeon the leveling. Like, they want to make Deep Dungeon the leveling area. That's where you go to level your jobs, which will imply a number of things. One, it implies that Occult will be like old Eureka. It will have its own system of leveling. It's not going to be like Bozja, where Bozja you can go in and get leveling, which means they're going to try to isolate it, that Deep Dungeon becomes that experience, that you go there to level. But you take that one away. Then the other one you take away was that they said 7.3. They could have explicitly said 7.35, but I believe, again, the translation was something along the lines of 7.3 is the Deep Dungeon patch. That's why I say, if you base it on history, it should be 7.35. It's just the wording is interesting, right? I mean, I don't see how that could change. I mean, I'm going to obviously... I don't want to, like, stroll into 7.3 and not have a plan. It's like, wait, Deep Dungeon is new now? What? Like, obviously, I'm going to try to pay attention to when it's showing up. But, you know, it's just interesting that they worded it like that. But then you have that other quote that they talked about how they're going to make Deep Dungeon the leveling area. Because you have to ask the question of, like, well, is Eureka Orthos what they think is a good leveling area? Because I don't think it's a good leveling area. And if that's the case, how are they going to set it up that they'll entice people to go into the content like they did in Back in Palace and Back in Heaven on High? Like, what are they going to do to the content to make it appealing for people to be like, oh, I'm going to go here to level my job? So it's going to be interesting to see what they do. Because I really don't think EO is set up nicely for leveling. It isn't about the XP per hour, it's the content itself. The content itself is rough to do with random people, because it is hard. And it just takes a long time. So if you're talking like pure XP per hour situation, that is a Eureka Orthos. You're not there for XP per hour unless you have like a pre-made team for that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too. I just hope it's gonna be a positive thing. I leveled most of my jobs in EO, but I did it solo. That's the thing. Like, solo is whatever, right? But man, like, I would be terrified to run with a light party of random people into EO if you could even get a random party in EO. Like, that could be a freaking mess. Like, Heaven on High and Palace is just breeze on through. I could solo it if I want to, but I can't just solo EO and carry 3 other people with me. Like, that's not how it works. I think they may have made 21 to 30 so rough that people stopped botting it, because I know people bought EO. Wait, because I know people bought EO 21 to 30. They may have made 21 to 30 so rough to stop people botting it. Gotcha. EO botting. Gotcha. I got you, Sadie. That's fair. But was that a concern though? Do you think that was actually like a paramount concern for them to do that? Because yeah, I wonder if that was like a paramount thing that they wanted to fix. I mean, also, I don't know, to me, Eureka Orthos still... I mean, this might be a not as popular opinion. I still think Eureka Orthos was them stepping their feet into something that they wanted to try. You know, like all of their other things that they wanted to do a beta version of, like Squadron, beta version of Squadron, to lead up into a 2.0 version of something. And granted, you could argue that that was supposed to be 3.0 for Deep Dungeon, but it's been a while since they've done a Deep Dungeon. So maybe that they were trying to test some water, see how it felt, and maybe from those results you'll see a tweaking in Deep Dungeon 4, whatever that means. Who knows? But I mean, main issue with EO, other than the difficulty scaling early on, is that they really buff the amount of XP regular dungeons give you. I heard about that mentioned as well. I know that my argument with that one was, especially when you're talking about Palace of the Dead and Heaven on High, if you were to compare it from a regular dungeon to Palace... Okay, let's take Palace of the Dead, right? 1 to 60 ideal. If you took any of the 1 to 60 dungeons in ARR, they would be superior XP per hour, but the only reason why Palace became popular was because there were no role restrictions. And you would ideally go to Palace if you're a DPS, but you wouldn't go there necessarily if you were a tank or a healer, because your Qs would be so much better. So I would want to think that that could be the case for EO if you were going to get rid of that fast enough. But I think it's more than just doing the content, like it's clearing the content as well. I don't know, I soloed a couple bosses in EO after the rest of the party were dead. It's still not a fast process though, right? I mean, you could crush the Heaven on High boss, you can't crush the EO boss in a timely manner unless you had a demi with you. It's not that kind of thing they talk about, but I was wondering why EO with level spam floors was so annoying and tanky. Hey, I think it might be a reason. I mean, that could be a very possible reason. I'm not going to necessarily disagree with that. But I guess the results will come in when we see what Deep Dungeon 4 will give, because if they're explicitly saying, hey guys, we want you to go into Deep Dungeon 4 to level your jobs, well, better be a good experience. I mean, that's when... Okay, here's a little bit of a thing to keep in mind, right? I've had people in the past talk about how, man, you know, it would be so good if Deep Dungeon were related to the Relic. Like, oh, I would love to get my Relic in a Deep Dungeon. And my immediate answer is, no, you do not. Because the reason why you do not want that to happen is because if you attach a key component and a core component to Deep Dungeon, they have to worry about people's ability to clear the content. You have to have, like, a percentage clear rate. And then now you have to determine what kind of content is this? Is this going to be endgame content? Is this going to be casual content? And you need to adjust it to that expectation. So you don't want it to be directly related to Relic, or you might look at it being like having to be more casual because you want everyone to be able to clear the content. The reason why it's very, like, Palace and Heaven on High were fantastic in its prime was because it was side content that they could crank up the difficulty as high as they want. It doesn't matter because it's just side content. You can completely ignore Deep Dungeon for your entire 14 career, and the rest of your existence on Earth, you're not going to miss anything because you can buy the mounts. You won't have the titles, I guess, but it's not essential, right? It's not an essential core part of the game. But now, if you're going to now say and imply Deep Dungeon 4, you go here for leveling, that's kind of implying that those first 30 floors, assuming it's 100 floors, is going to be a core mechanic of this game. As core mechanic as a dungeon for leveling, as core mechanic as a duty roulette for leveling. So you'd want to think that that portion is going to be easier? I'm not going to say that's bad. I'm just going to say that you obviously can't crank up the difficulty, because if you're going to make the leveling good, then either unless you're going to give like triple XP for difficult content, which makes up for the time that you'll spend into it, I would want to think they're leading into doing it more like where Palace was or Heaven on High was, so you can kind of like brain dead your way to victory. You know, like la la la, okay, wow, you hit a trap, okay, whatever, we're still gonna finish in 10 minutes, you know, something like that. At least that's how I'm thinking about it. And then you can crank up the difficulty later, which is fine. I feel like that portion will be untainted, no matter how easy they make the first 30 or whatever the floors are going to be. But yeah, I mean, you know, again, you propose this idea that content is going to be good for this. It better actually be good. You want people to flock into that content because of that reasoning. And I feel like, especially when it comes to 14, especially with how people number crunch in this game, it can't simply be like the only source of it, right? You could technically make people flock into something when it's the only thing that exists. You can't do anything else. You have to do this. And it can be as crappy as it is, but hey, it's the only thing you can do. It's going to be triple the XP versus something else. So, because otherwise people would be like, just go to Boja, which they did before, right? Didn't they just, like, a lot of people just do Boja anyway from, like, 91 to 100? They did PvP frontlines, etc. Like, what was the ideal leveling process when you guys were trying to push from 91 to 100 when the expansion dropped? That's more rhetorical, but, you know, the answer is out there. So, it has to reach a certain point, I feel like. And I don't know what they're gonna do. You know, it'd be interesting to see it. But, Aglaya. Was it Aglaya? It might have been Aglaya. I think releasing the leveling thing is way too late. Like, at the start of the expansion, there's not much to do post MSQ other than savage a lot of people leveling all their other jobs. Well, you know, you had a very interesting dynamic. Am I just gonna run without ads? I guess so. Let me finish this conversation. We'll hop on in. Well, Sadie, you had also this unpredictable situation where I think everything got bottlenecked in in Shadowbringers. I think it's Shadowbringers. Everything got bottlenecked in Shadowbringers. Because you had a situation where towards the end of the cycle of the Shadowbringers, what was happening? Content drought. Probably one of the first times I started hearing people complaining about content drought. And then you had the WoW Exodus, right? Towards the end of Shadowbringers. And then you had people who probably felt, and especially streamers, who felt obligated to stream in the 14 directory because it was so popular. So what did you start to do? Achievement hunting. React content. Oh, love React content. People doing like, oh, I'm gonna get all jobs to this, right? Part of the achievements. And then that immediately carried over. How many people have I seen at the beginning of Endwalker and the beginning of Dawntrail already push all their jobs to 100 once the expansion dropped? Because it was content. They wanted to do it for content. And yeah, you're right. I think Palace of the Dead, Heaven on High, those two pieces of content at the time that they were released didn't have a situation where people were at cap level. Like, you could technically agree that 3.5 probably is still late, even way back then, but I think you're in a situation where, because the cycles were shorter, as you mentioned, the patch schedule now, that you didn't have people complaining that they were at cap level. It was like a really good spot for people to use Palace and Heaven on High to get those levels. But because of the way that the patch schedule has changed, that it's a much longer schedule, and that the way the culture has adjusted, that yes, now I agree with you. It is way too late to have that for a leveling thing, because too many people already did it because they didn't have anything else to do. You know, it's weird. Like, they ran out of things to do, so they leveled all the jobs, so they're probably all done. It's weird that it's like, it's almost like I'm sure they took factor into that, but that's a thing that we as the players have seen over time, that it shifted into that. That's why we think that, yeah, it's late, and I mean, who's leveling jobs at that point? But it's all about the way the culture and the patch has adjusted over time, that has now made that into a reality. So if they're looking at it from like a really like weird like not like offhands approach, then technically the system should work, but that's just not. It's not that easy. When people say that the formula never changes, they forgot that the formula changed a lot since the pacing. Yeah, and you do have to factor in that the patch cycle is much longer. So I feel like people who are running out of content to do, you could argue that they would have ran out of content at the same pacing as before. It's just now you have like a buffer of like X amount of months or weeks that exists before the next patch cycle comes in. So there's too much time in between that people have to twiddle their thumbs because they just ran out of things to do. And that I'm not necessarily saying is a good or bad thing. I mean, potentially the pacing that they were having before maybe was a strain on their resources. Okay, you want to make sure that the devs are going to be healthy with what they're doing. Why do you see a lot of people hopping to other games now? I mean, I know that there are streamers that are still full-time 14, but a lot of the old full-time 14 guys, the ones that I remember climbing up with and learning and knowing about when I first started streaming, I don't think any of them are full-time 14 anymore. At all. They're split. Variety, mostly variety, you know? Let's hop into the last floor. But, so with all that factored in, you know, the rhetorical question, the answer we cannot answer until we see it for ourselves. What does that mean for Deep Dungeon 4 as the leveling, as the premier leveling content? We're gonna, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna shut off daily roulettes. Daily roulettes will no longer exist. You can only do Deep Dungeon. That's it. You want your levels? You can only do Deep Dungeon. You don't get XP from MSQ anymore. You can't get XP from PvP anymore. You just do Deep Dungeon. That's it. Hope you enjoy the experience. I would just do Fate. You can't get XP from Fates anymore. You can only get the bi-colored gems. That's it. No, gone. Everything's gone. You just have to do Deep Dungeon. That's it. That's how you make it the most popular content for leveling. Because you can't do it anywhere else. It could suck real bad. It could be the worst experience ever. Who cares? You gotta get the XP. That's where you're doing it. Grind over. You know what? can't remove that because how can Blue Mage level? Oh wait, no, they bring out Blue Mage Deep Dungeon. Oh, never mind. I got the solution. Why didn't I think of this before? If you're already on max level in every class, it resets something. Yeah, please enjoy the leveling experience one last time. Yeah. What did I... Why do I have True North on my hotbar? The world will never know. Hope you're doing well, Religion. Imagine a month-long event where Deep Dungeon had increased XP and new rewards for hordes. Oh my god. I remember, Mr. Ross was talking when he was playing, Noita, how Noita has, like, a daily challenge, and he was implying that what if Deep Dungeon had a weekly challenge, where there was a seed that existed that would be the same seed for the whole week, since we know seeds exist, seeds are a thing in Deep Dungeon, and, like, you could do something like that, that everyone will have the same exact seed. That would be fascinating. And I would capitalize on that for sure. As of 7.3, whenever you die, you lose XP on the job. Am I allowed to watch? Hey, Ben. Am I allowed to watch? So, does that mean you were trying to avoid, like, expedition spoilers? Or... what are you trying to avoid? I mean, you know, unless you're, like, under a certain age, then I might have to say no, but... What's up, Benguini? How you doing? I'm getting lazy. I'm just gonna heal myself. Bing. I still like the idea of, like, I would like the idea of a, of, like, a seasonal scoring thing. It's just, I know it might get weird, though. People are gonna get really weird when that happens. And I would hate for the weird people to come out, you know? That's my only downside. And as much as I think I have a good amount of, like, a good amount of stake with the community, and there's still things that will go on that I will, even if I say, hey guys, don't do it, they're still gonna do it, so... That's my only apprehension with, like, something like a seasonal thing with Deep Dungeon. Seasonal if it's competitive. Seasonal that it's not competitive, different story. Also, my connection has finally fixed itself, so I'm trying to think about what I want to think about that right now. I may go to one... I don't know, we'll see. We'll see what time I'm at. We finished really fast. I just thought it was polite to ask, like, knocking on someone's front door. Benguini, I wish 80% of Twitch viewers were like you, Benguini. You know how much it would warm my heart if I'm playing a game, especially a story-driven game for the first time, and someone goes, "Hey, I have information for you that might help. Would you like it?" Oh my god, you'd be my favorite Twitch chatter. Right there, right on the spot. You'd be my favorite person. It would warm my heart. Instead of bashing through the door and being like, "Hey, that thing's really good. You should have picked that up." Like, bruh, I don't know if I asked you. Did you take your shoes off at least? Like, what the hell, man? Best thing would be a weekly seeded run, but we'll never get that. Wow. You should be a little bit more optimistic, Ross, I think. Also, yeah, we're never gonna get that. Man, it's just... Man, there are some big questions I'd love to ask, like Yoshi P, if I ever get a Q&A, you know, with Deep Dungeon. I'd ask what he thinks about spinning. I'd ask, do you know that there are seeds in Deep Dungeon? There's so many good questions that we can ask him, you know? Hey, do you know that the game mechanically has seeds? Did you know about this? Did you know that proximity mobs in Palace of the Dead still aggro below 75% with their HPs when they're low HP? Did you know this? You're playing it raw and get this item. Jesus, it's so obvious. Yeah. It's the best item in the game. Why aren't you using it? I don't know, I didn't ask you. What's up, Lexi? Is people going variety really a 14 thing, or more of a thing you see in general players? Okay, so in terms of that topic, I think what you're seeing, and from what I, you know, obviously that's like I'm keeping my ears on the ground. I'm trying to listen to what all my friends are saying, and it's just the fact that a lot of my buddies who are who categorize themselves as 14 streamers, they just don't have content to do anymore. There's just nothing to do. I mean, what are you gonna do especially if you've been playing for this game like me for 10 years? You can do achievement hunting, which is what some people are doing because it gives them a goal to progress towards. But like, what happens if you finish all the Savage? What happens if you did all the ultimates? What happens if you cleared all the deep dungeons? What else are you gonna do in the game now? To sustain a 20-hour schedule on stream for like a normal streamer? Full-time streamer going, what, 36? Maybe? Longer than that? You just don't have content. I mean, how many weekly runs are you going to do? How many daily roulettes are you going to do? I mean, Mentor Roulette has been keeping a couple of my buddies in as well, but they do the Mentor Roulette bingos like, what, once a week? I mean, it's just a lack of content for the veterans. Again, I express the fact that it's for the veterans. I always will say that the new players coming to this game are going to have they're going to feast. They're going to have so many things to do. So, like, a lot of the newer content creators hopping into the directory are like how I hopped into the directory when I first started streaming. Like, there were so many things to do, so many things to accomplish. I mean, imagine having a content creator who starts pushing themselves up as a new Deep Dungeon runner, and their goal was to get Omni, do all the classes, get all the titles. That's a lot of content. What happens when you're done with that, right? And that's where, like, a bunch of us are at now. We've done everything, so it's just, you know, we can keep making things up. I want to be ever present because I know new people will always come around, so, you know, that's why I'm always interested to see what you guys want to see, because that's the thing that I want to do. But that's really what it comes down to. You feel like content creators do this in almost every other game. You're not wrong, but it also, I mean, I'm not privy to what other directories do. But what I can tell you is that early into the Final Fantasy XIV lifespan, and we're talking like ARR, you're talking Stormblood, Heavensward, all of those. You had originally the content creators were a lot of raiders. So you would have people who would make the guides for raids and then help people go through the raids. But there would be another cycle, or there would be enough of a time cycle that by the time, let's say, you finish getting everyone their clears, okay, new content's coming out. So now you do the new content. The new content hangs around for X amount of weeks, X amount of months, whatever it might be. And you kind of cycle through that. And it was fresh, and, you know, honestly, also, you know, what helps the situation is people watch you. And that helps too. I mean, if you're someone who pops into a 14 stream and you have like 5,000 people every single day, don't think it's going to be hard for you to stay in the directory as long as you keep playing the game. Of course, you still have the thing where if you're just straining for things to do, that's a problem, because you don't want to force yourself just to do content for the sake of content. You want to have fun playing a video game. So you can say that probably 14, since what, Shadowbringers or Endwalker has gotten to that point that maybe other games have gotten to, where people did everything and they just moved on, which is very much like every other game out there, right? You play a single-player RPG like what I'm playing now. I would say a vast majority of my friends who are playing Clear Obscure are going to play the game once, get to the credits, and then they're done. That is a typical cycle of a video game. You enjoy the game, you're off, your hands are off. In my case, sometimes I will do past that. I will do achievement hunting, then I will do speedruns, or in this case, we might do a no-hit run. But that's way past the prime of what the video game is supposed to give you. But those are things that are like, you know, extra. Now, if you have other things you want to accomplish, well, you move on. But that's what you kind of apply that with 14. I think 14 early on had a lot of goals to go for. And then, of course, if you were guide makers, you want to keep those guides fresh, you want to help people go through, and that gave you more content. So it's more that cycle of life, and I think 14 kind of... Oh, what'd I do? 14 kind of gave quite a lot of recycled content until the recycling started to get a little old. Yo, Lisa, what's up, dude? Let me catch up in chat. I went on a monologue there. Holy moly. I feel like a lot of 14 players are hitting it right now though. A lot of 14 people are hitting it right now though. Wait, what do you mean hitting it? Wait, I used to do the dungeon like 5 days a week. Now it's 2 or 3 at most. I might even start going down to 1 a week for myself until DD4. I feel like a lot of 14 people are hitting it right now though. Yeah. I'm not a content creator and I ran out of things to do in 14. The reality is that the only people that don't think you run out of things to do in 14 are the people that are catching up. If you start an expansion, having done everything from the previous ones, you'll stare at the wall for a few months. Yeah, and that's what it is. Like, the newer people coming in, they have so much to do. I mean, imagine a content creator coming up, right, who's never played 14 before. You've never done 14, and you're hopping to it, you're like, you know what, I'm gonna be a main 14 content creator. What are your goals? MSQ. How long will MSQ go for? And of course, I heard the term vampires. How many vampires are going to watch you go through your reaction for MSQ? That's a lot of content already. Just leave alone everything else. Forget Savage, forget Ultimates, forget Deep Dungeon. MSQ will probably take you a couple months. So that's like, what, 6 months? So probably, depending on your schedule, like 3 to 6 months getting through MSQ with all the reaction. Unless you're doing YouTube, then probably extends more to post that stuff up. And then you start doing the raids. You pull in viewers to help you with the raids. Raids will probably take you, what, 1 or 2 months to maybe cut through. Ultimates. An ultimate journey is probably a 2-month journey or a 1-month journey. Now you're talking into, what, a year of things to do in 14, right? That's the new player. But the veteran old farts like myself, who've been here forever, who played this game since ARR, we've done all that. Well, okay, no, I haven't, but I've done everything I wanted to. And it's like, you look at it, it's like, you know, I don't want to do it. It's past my prime. I want to do something else. That's the feeling of an old fart in 14 right now. And that's why you see a lot of them playing other games, because guess what? That whole excitement of what I went through that I just mentioned of a new 14 player, that's what you're going to get when you do a new game. New game, new story, new everything. That's it. But that's gaming. That's what you want to have fun with the game, right? When? Yeah, apparently I still have a bet going on that I could do a UCOB, but that motivation is 0 right now. There's a lot to do in 14, just not as much if you're a veteran. Like, I cleared all the deep dungeons, but I don't have the strength or interest to keep spamming it like you guys do. Yeah, yo, Grief, my motivation, 100%, is you guys, right? Like I know a lot of our friends, like, they don't really stream the lower floors sometimes. I know Aurora, I think, still avoids the lower floor thing, which he should. My God, should he do lower floors? Like, he holds a conversation so well. Like, I think, but he wants to maybe still retain the chill part of it. But, like, for me, it becomes a just chatting. I can chat with you guys, enjoy the company while getting through these floors. But a lot of times it really is because of you guys, because you'll get someone who's brand new, who's trying to go for their title. It gets me excited. It's like, oh, what do you need help with? What can I show you? You know? And I feel like being kind of ever present for those new people going for those titles is what keeps me going personally. But like crafting PvP, which were kind of my fun content that I did, that does not give me joy anymore. Like I quit. I don't do PvP at all much. I do not do crafting anymore because the joy is gone, and I'm not going to force myself to do it, especially with the amount of time it takes for me to actually do it. So that's what UHCP told you to do. Play other games. Come back when you want to scratch the 14 itch. But I think that comment, House, though, you're not wrong. But then you have a situation that I feel like they failed to tap on. That yes, Yoshi P did want you to play games and did want you to log off 14 and do something else. But the problem is what happens when you have people who really, really, really want to play your game, who are willing to stay around and like chill and like spend their time here, but they really don't have anything to do. And now you create an issue where they have to step away. Whether they like it or not, they have to go play another game. And I don't know, for me that kind of feels bad. It's like you had this potential that now is just gone because you want them to play other games, you know? Because for a while, people were living in 14, and they had enough to do. You don't anymore. And that's where I think is a little bit of the thing. Like, yeah, that quote is true, and he's always said that. But what about that small percentage of people who really just want to play this game? So And then what happens is, the problem that you get, especially on the business side of things, if you lose people and they start stopping, they may never come back. And that's rough. Thank you, Aaron, for the 10 months. Let's go. Appreciate you. No, you don't lose your house if you unsubscribe. As long as you come back before it goes away. There are so many good games at the moment. Stick around with one. Sure. Then there's me, having played for 3 years and still haven't started post Stormblood. Pandora. Yeah, and you have a lot to do. Yeah, that's why I always try to make sure I stress like if a lot of like the newer players are going to start looking at like the bigger content creators and seeing what their impression of the video game is, it's a little bit skewed. Because yeah, I'm gonna tell you that like I have nothing to do in the game, but I also have done everything I wanted to in the game, as opposed to a new player who has the entire world in front of them. But when you play other games, and I do, eventually you start logging less and less and stop playing. That is just sad for someone to invest tens of thousands of hours into a game you really love, feeling forced to play other games other than okay, I want to play other games that's completely different to you. Yeah. Problem is something, it just depends on who's out there, who you want to communicate and chat with. I was same with 11. I know 11 for me, I got to a point where I just wasn't doing anything and I was just logging in and standing around. That's when I finally stopped playing that game, but that's the same thing. I ran out of things I wanted to do. But if you have to log in every month, though, you'd have to sub every month. Isn't the housing like 60 days? Am I wrong? I don't know. But yes, you're right, Ross. That's right. Housing does kind of keep you around for sure. Oh, I don't have stun. Wait a minute. That's the MMO life in a sense. I don't care about the house, it's just the submarines. Are you willing to see your submarines dismantle forever, man? This argument is not that good for the game itself, considering 14 is the game that runs Square Earth, but you just feel the investment to actually make want people to play in other games and subscribe, even if you're not fresh in there. Yeah. I've been playing 14 since the beginning, and I still have things I haven't done. You're pacing it out perfect. So you're the X factor. It took me a year to make my guild printers. I'm not throwing those away. Guild printers. Housing is 45. Oh, okay, so you could technically skip a month, right? Because you invested in one in the game, you don't really want to move on, so to speak. How gacha the games feel? Yeah, I feel that with gacha games too, yeah. I mean, I certainly have a little bit more ties into this game because of content creation, right? Like, look, I'll tell you guys something. If, like, my variety sector gets a lot stronger and we start pulling viewership higher than what I do in 14, that will be interesting for me to decide on. That's not the case at the moment. I would love that to be the case, but it's not the case at the moment. But it is something that, like, you know, it would be a consideration I would have to start to make if that becomes a thing. And not to mention, even for the past couple of years, I see 14 for me as content creation. I'm not necessarily playing this game purely out of fun. I play other games purely out of fun. I don't necessarily play this game purely out of fun, because we make content, we put videos out there, we help people. There's a lot more to it. There's a community involved in everything. But yeah, I mean, if I actually pull better numbers in another game, like a lot better than I do in 14, that will make me start to have to think about things. But because that's the case, I mean, I stick around here because I do enjoy the company, and I do like the company, the community and everything around it. That's also why we've kind of dropped it to once a week, because it's about maintenance. I want to keep loving the content because I still love this content. And I think you guys will start to realize if I don't like something, I think it'll come across as like, oh, you're not really enjoying it as much. So I would like to think that's not coming across because I genuinely love doing this. But of course, I still have to pace myself out to make sure that we don't fully burn out and then I start hating it. Let me catch up on YouTube over here. A good example of perfect context squeezing is Rush's stream. Speaking of things to do in community, I would really like an EO sandbag tournament, either to watch or to participate. Someone's got to organize that. It can't come from me. My time is rough to do that type of things, but I would love to participate and advertise it. That's for sure. I play 6 months on, 6 months off. Says Gumbo says that's not bad. Oh, you don't have a housing, but that's not bad. Yeah, it's a good pacing, honestly. So, are you in the 6-month phase, Gumbosis, or are you in the 6-month off phase? If only we had instant housing. If WoW can do it, we can have it too. I think Azos. If Path of Exile can have DC protection, we can have DC protection. Don't really think it's happening. I hate to say it, man. I don't think it's happening. I'd love to see it though. It'd be great. Seeing DC protection in Path of Exile is just like, every time I disconnect in Path of Exile and I come back alive, I'm just like rolling my eyes. Oh man, if only 14 had that. What a concept. I wish you the people who share a house with you count as refreshing the time limit. Nah, that's how they get you, man. That's how they get you, Kaus. You still gotta think business, you know? Still gotta think like a business model. I think you would have stuck in the game for a while, but probably could happen. Yeah. I've noticed a bunch of 14 creators having branched out to other games, especially as of late. Yep. And Tandoori, I can tell you, especially with some of my buddies, the ones that I'm so close with and that I hang around with, a lot of it is just because there's just other things you want to play. There's other things you want to do. I remember one of the comments from one of my buddies, which I'll leave the name out of, but maybe you know. But they feel like it wasn't just them. It wasn't just them feeling like the game was getting a little stale. They also felt like their viewers and their communities wanted to do other things, you know, especially with a channel, a streamer that's very community-oriented. You kind of live and die off your community, you know? If they are all gravitating towards another game that maybe you had tried and they really like a lot, try pulling them back into something they don't like as much. It may not be as successful, you know? And part of that, especially if you're living off of the community, you kind of want to hang with the community, you know? You kind of want to do what they're doing and they want to do what you're doing, so... So that's certainly a vibe. And I think there is some truth to it, that it isn't just the content creator kind of feeling like they're running out of things to do. It could also be the viewers, like, being kind of tired and wanting to watch other things. You just chill. Yeah. Hell yeah, dude. But that's why it's always fun to hear all these opinions, because obviously everyone's gonna feel differently about how they feel. You have the people who are loving the game. You have the people who have too much to do, and that's fair. You know, people sometimes will go with the vast majority. I'm always on my own island. I listen to what people are saying, but to me it's like, I do my own thing, because that's just who I am. But I always try to stay on top of what is the general consensus, and almost like, why are people feeling like this? Why is this the case? Because I may not feel it, I may not agree with it, but this is just what the talk of town is. So, hard to argue it when that's what everyone's talking about. I think they intentionally don't improve the inventory so people have to keep paying their retainers. That's something that doesn't, yeah. No, Wallen, it's server issues, man. Come on. It's 2025 and servers are expensive, okay, dude? Housing can be very profitable if you're an FC sending out ships. Yeah. Oh, speaking of community, guys. Next, I think Thursday and Friday, on our 9 p.m. Eastern stream, probably maybe at around 11 p.m. Eastern, we're going to play a sponsor game that's community-oriented called Sonic Rumble. I kid you not. I'm sponsored for that game. And it is... They described it to me like Fall Guys except Sonic. And I think it's open to everyone. I think the game's free. So if anyone's interested in, like, hopping in and doing a few games or something, keep it in mind. That is next Thursday and Friday, I believe. Maybe Friday, Saturday? Actually, maybe Friday, Saturday? I'm not sure. Maybe I'll get more people on a Saturday night than a Thursday night, but maybe Friday, Saturday. I cannot deny this, even though that wasn't the case, but I cannot deny this. Is there any other game that stays fresh for 12 years plus? Super Mario Bros. 3. Well, it's kind of a joke, but it's also true. I know that, I forgot their name. Was it Mitch Was his name Mitch Power? I know one of his names is Mitch. He built his channel on speedrunning Super Mario Bros. 3. Mitch Flower, thank you. Mitch Flower Power. Built his whole channel and his whole content creation essence in the world under Super Mario Bros. 3, so yes. But I mean, it's a very rare occurrence. 1.0 Spaghetti Goat says Sadie, true. Oh man, dude, when I watched him on, he was the finale of GDQ for when I did GDQ in 2023. And I was watching his run, I'm like, bro, like, this is a true professional. Like, the way he carried himself, the way he did the run, it's like something that you aspire to be, because boy, like, that's an entertainer right there. Holy moly. I was like, okay, his run was great. Like his run was great, but just the way he carried himself was top tier. And it's like, yeah, this is the guy that will be the finale for the GDQ. I can understand why, you know? But yeah, but these are like rare cases, right? I mean, it's just, honestly, it's just, it's not a meme answer, but it is an answer. But you're right, like, in terms of like an MMO, like keeping you that long, etc., it is very rare for an average player to be sticking around a game that long. That's what an MMO is supposed to do. Of course, you know, the MMOs nowadays are few and far. Well, Honkai Star Rail has kept me around for 3 years, so there was that. And I'm still very interested in Honkai. Although, Honkai this time around is, I would say, less than what Honkai was last time, but I still play it and I still enjoy it. But then again, I only play that game, like, what, 15 minutes a day? At most? So, I mean, is that the same, right? I don't think that's the same thing, because, I mean, I barely put time into that game. I mean, WoW, I've logged in nearly every day for 2 years, but, I mean, I give that, like, all of 10 minutes of my time. That would be like doing that would be like doing an expert roulette every day. Can you imagine? No, expert roulette's like 30 minutes. That's awful. That's assuming you get an instant queue too. I mean, Honkai, I hit auto battle and then I'm done. Technically, I'm only spending a minute looking at the screen. I'm playing Honkai Impact 3rd. That came out before Genshin. Yeah. That's a bad... Oh my god, I moved an inch and it counted. God dang it. I literally, like, just tilted my W by a little bit. Average is 15 to 20. Man, dungeons in this game put me to sleep so much. The people might vary, but the dungeon's still the same. Sight. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, you know what? I'll go to, let's go to 140 today. I've decided. I'll go to 140 today. Let's do 141 to 200 next week. I've made my decision. I rarely do them at the first time. I think the last time I did an expert roulette was like Endwalker, probably. I like playing a bit here and there. I play some Mahjong Soul, Rishi City, Honkai 3, 14 when I feel like it. Just watching people name. I always appreciate it. Lexi, one of my most controversial things I've ever said on stream. Not really, I'm exaggerating. My biggest desire for 14 was for them to change the dungeon formula. If you're under a list of things that'll never happen in 14, I think that's one of them. Amongst never getting DC Protection in Deep Dungeon, or Blue Mage in Deep Dungeon. I think that will sit up pretty high up there too. And boy was I upset when I played 16 and guess what I saw? 14 dungeon. Boy. Back of my head, I'm like, oh great, I know exactly how this is gonna go. Why do I need to know this is exactly how this is gonna go? Boom. It's like I play the game for you. I think the community and the competition can definitely keep things interesting for persons interested in those things. That's also another interesting topic about how much a game survives. Like, do you guys think... I think I posed this question before. But do you think a lot of games survive because the game is really good? Or do you think the games survive because their community is good? Or do you think there's a ratio that's needed for a game to succeed? You know what I'm saying? Hey, Nathan. Thanks for the 8 months, dude. I really appreciate it.
Happy Monday, Angelus.
Happy Monday. So my level of 5800 just died during a transition from the first Dreadnought level to the second one. In the process of the loading screen, I died to something. So much in the fact that it didn't completely load, kicked me out of the login screen, greeted me with a message saying my character's in a different league. Oh my god, what the hell happened? Like, literally like a weird animation thing? That is... Did you just take a while to load or something? That sucks. I'm sorry, Cog. What the hell? That is a way to go. I always do a dungeon with trusts, since I know I'm probably only gonna do it once to try and take it in. I always do a dungeon with trusts. I think Counter-Strike and stuff survive because of competition around them. Both, probably. A community... Probably both. A community usually has a reason to stay, and that's because the game's good. That's the Blowing Trump. It's kind of both, I think. I have no clue. It was a crappy way to die. Dude, you've died in every crappy way possible. It's pretty incredible. I think you've only legitimately died like once. Which is why housing is a big commodity with clubbing, etc. No community, no longevity, but the game needs to be good enough to have a community around it. Yeah. I wonder what the community is for awful games. Like, you know, they have the awful games block. I wonder if that's one giant community or that's actually segmented by each game. Because those games are awful, but I mean, they have a speedrun community, so... Safety. Yeah. I'll check these chests and off we go. I'll take you. Come here. No, I didn't want you. I'll have to try again. Flights? Sure. Boom, boom, boom. A bit of both for sure for awful games. EverQuest is awful, but it has a crazy big community. EverQuest was legit. I mean, it's awful to you. Oops. I don't know why I've been doing Alt-Tab often now. Reminds me of when you try to play games with your IRL friends, they decide to move on after a week, and you're like, wait, what? Wait, you have IRL friends? Holy. Bro, I don't have any IRL... Oh, I have one really good one that I play games with, but that's about it. Growing up, I never had anyone to play games with. Aside from, like, sometimes my dad and my brother when he was younger. Is that a treasure room? That's a treasure room. I think a lot of the city games are god-awful and they have a huge community that elevate them. That's weird to me, right? Oh, the mods are fixed it. I don't know, that's weird to me. That's why I don't think I could really enjoy a Bestidia game, because I don't like mods to begin with. I would rather play a game vanilla, but those games survive off of not being vanilla. I can't even try to play the age card because I think Hog's older than you. I think Hog is the oldest in chat. Maybe. Why do I have to cut through a treasure room? I can't even play... Oh, just finishing up Stormblood MSQ. Very excited for Shadowbringers. I heard a lot of people favorite expansion. I hope you enjoy it. I hope it is to your liking. People get very, very passionate about their expansion likes and dislikes. Affluence, I'll use it. Poor Cog, dude. He just finishes work and just lays in bed. GG. No. Okay, very unnice of you. Very mean of you. I'm gonna have to time the stun because I can't walk. I can't move here. Okay. I played Super Smash Melee for so long because of tournaments and stuff. I like competitive gaming. On and off. I can't have too much of it, but... I just realized I'm on the boss. Oh, is it wall-in? True. I keep forgetting wall-in is in like 25 or something. Square running is in a way also competitive, right? It's like light competitive. It gets fun when an entire community kicks you off the leaderboard too. That's always good times. Oh, Wallen. Yeah, Wallen's Asian, that's why. It's the Asian blood in his veins. We sort of cheat. You hate M6S? You don't like the Yans? No Yans for you? Oh, I'm in the cold. Why does this boss take so much effort? The Yans are dumb. See, at least I try to keep myself up with the memes. I really should not drop my potion. Really bad idea. Okay. I'm updating the title. We will go to 140 today. Reaper is just so fast. What can I do? Let me catch up in chat here. I was in college when I started FF11 and did that for just past 10 years. Yeah, same. I was in college when I started FF11 too. Moose said, I died to Behemoth by 107 HP because my potion fell off. Oh, Moose, no. I'm sorry, dude. I've been there. I know it. I've been there. Hates when it happens. I hate being so dependent on DPS to know how to play their job as healer. Had a really good tank pair and co-healer, but the DPS were all great gamers, couldn't kill ads. Had another party with insane DPS who blew up all the ads before mantas even spawned, but tanks would step in puddles and wet. Can never... It's a joy of PF, huh? I have a group of people who played first edition D&D through a mutual work friend who were all 55 plus, and it was the most enjoyable gaming experience I've had out of 26. Man, I wish I could enjoy D&D if I could just sit back and play it. I think the whole RP factor is what's tough for me, but... Went through PF M1 and 4S, was able to get them all cleared first week. I know now I can do Savage content. I'm complete normal Savage for you. You gotta do you gotta do the final tier though. Wish I PF'd it in week 1, my static heart stuck in M6. I used to sweat PF week 1 clear, but I figured surely we don't get stuck. Well, it's the nature of 14 in general. As the weeks go by, the gear gets better, but the people start, you know, like we were kind of talking about it earlier. People kind of finish up what they're doing, they move on, so you kind of like a lot of maybe the veteran players are moving on because they already did the thing. They're not going to come back. Unless you run into, like, you know, the PF heroes that are, like, streaming the content or something. Alright, I'm gonna do one ad here, guys, and we do 10 more floors. We were planning for 130, but we kind of rolled through it on Reaper, so we'll do 10 more. So, thank you for watching. Let's do it. Yibby. Here and here. Next will be Bar, but chat submit songs to playlist during the run. YouTube extension thingy. I can't do mods! What the hell? Mods are bad. Also, like, it would be really bad for the... what do you call it? You can't submit songs, because otherwise I'm screwed with some of the copyright stuff. What's up, Jason? Like, doing week 1 and that's it. See? And so if you don't do it week 1, you miss out on Mr. Omniros. That's it. You only have a window to play with Omniros for 1 week. And I can teach you how to separate the audio track so it doesn't go in the VOD and YouTube. If you have a thing that can make it that I can avoid the Twitch, VOD, and YouTube, then... maybe I'll take it into consideration, because that's my holdup right now, is I can separate the VOD from Twitch, but if I do restream, I can't do that because it doesn't let me, or at least I don't have the option currently to do so. And I can't do OBS's native thingy because that's impossible for me. I think if I did the native OBS multi-stream, it's possible, but that's just not. It's not possible for me. Using an A1... yeah, I can't, because I don't have the bandwidth for it. It's impossible. If I had fiber, then yes. Even today, for like 2 hours, I couldn't... my bitrate didn't get above like 7 megabytes, because my upload was only as high as 6, so that's, you know, annoying. I'm lucky I didn't disconnect like 20 times today. Maybe Square will integrate Twitch votes into Deep Dungeon 4. Put that on the list of things never happening. Man, would I love that. Like, man, like, there is so much potential to that, of, like, doing, like, Twitch integration with games. Games should do that more often, you know? I mean, I'm sure maybe it's, like, a whole coding thing. I'm sure it's hard. I get it. It's fine. But, boy, would that... It really makes a lot of games so much more fun. when you have a unique experience when you go to like a Twitch stream and you do something with it, you know? Lost. Okay, let's go. It's like, there's so many cool ideas that you can do, but it's just, I hate to say it, man. A lot of them you probably don't see it, and I wish you did, but... That's why, like, you know, I love the ideas some of you guys are proposing for Deep Dungeon 4. I love the thought process. But I'm trying to keep it... I'm personally trying to keep it real in my brain. I'm like, man, these would be such good ideas, but... Until they show us that it's gonna be there, I'm gonna just think that we're just gonna kinda get what we expect to get. Which I wish we can get more, but... You're kind of basing it off history. And that's why, first and foremost, I'm surprised we haven't heard much on Beastmaster. Not a peep on Beastmaster, which was supposed to be releasing probably at the end of the expansion. But that's one that I'm definitely pessimistic on, because they have yet to prove in their entirety of this lifespan of this MMO that they can do a pet job. Because they had a pet job, and then they've pulled away from pet jobs ever so slowly, and there's just no pet jobs here, and that's the one thing I like. I like pet jobs, I like minions, and the way they do it in 14 is just not great. So to have a job coming up that is focused on being a pet job, it's like, alright, show me what you got, Square Enix, because you haven't done a great job up till now. I play this game Vermintide 2, and the Twitch stuff is really fun. Same with Deep Rock Galactica. I mean, one thing that was recent that had been popular with a lot of my friends was Cult of the Lamb. That was cool with their Twitch integration. I think BG3 had Twitch integration, but I think the BG3 one was weird because it kind of slowed the game down a lot. I don't know if like people still kept up with the integration there, but like you had the ability to what do you call it? To like participate in choices, but that's like, it's a long time, you know? I think there was another game that I played that doesn't exist anymore. It was like a Magic the Gathering game, I think. That was an ARPG. But they had a Twitch integration, I believe, where you can actually see like the gear that people were using, which was kind of cool. So you can actually just like, instead of asking me, hey, what gear are you using? Well, you can just click on the screen and see what I'm wearing at the time. That was kind of cool. Imagine a PoE had something like that. But it's really cool for Noita. I'm not good enough to win with it, so I'm not trying it. Oh, is it for like run manipulation? There was a game I played a while back on stream. Didn't play much of it. We probably played like 3 days of it. It's still one of my favorite colony management sim games, called Aska, A-S-K-A. And they said that they're trying to plan for Twitch integration there, and boy, if that happens, I'm gonna hop into that game real fast. Like, we're gonna play that game. Love that game. Chat votes and crazy stuff happens. Gotcha. Lethal Company had fun Oh, did it? Oh, really? Oh, I watched a couple Lethal Company, but I don't think any of the streamers I watched had Twitch integration, unless that's a newer thing. I wish games would tap in more into that. That would be so much fun. It's such a unique experience, and that's something that I would love, you know, to obviously get more of, because that's one reason I love streaming in general. Like, not just the fact of it being me being a content creator, and like putting videos out there and whatnot. There is a unique experience doing it live. I mean, especially with Deep Dungeon, boy, like, it is definitely a different vibe doing Deep Dungeon live and not doing it live. Alright, I'll sprint for you, Darth. You got it, man. There's the sprint. You know, there's a certain special hype that you get for doing it. And I love it. And that's the experience that I definitely love. But even with the JRPGs, you know, while we're playing through Clair Obscure, a lot of that is just sharing it with people who want to watch. I don't care who watches, I'm just happy people are excited to check out the stream, you know? Yeah, well, you know, I don't know how the process goes to getting it installed, though. I mean, maybe it's a really tough coding thing. Maybe the investment put into it doesn't really, like, add up to what you get out of it, maybe. I don't know. But I know you have stuff like Crowd Control, which is an app that works for a lot of older games, that you can actually, you know, go into, like, even a game like Mega Man. I know our buddy Zyros was doing that he was playing, like, Mega Man, and he had Crowd Control on, and you could manipulate the game via bits and stuff, where, like, you can zoom in the game, you can change the color of the game, you can add things that do stuff in the game. Like, that stuff is cool. Just wish more games would be able to take into that. Of course, it's hard. It would be hard for something with 14 because it would need to come from the devs. Otherwise, you're talking about mods. Like, it would be a modded game at that point. So it has to come from the devs themselves to implement that integration. Devs just have to make it so communities can make it themselves. If they're gonna still sit on that gray area for third-party stuff, Ross, it's not gonna exist. The forever issue of third-party Final Fantasy XIV, you know? Is it happening again? Yay. We lasted a while. You know, I decided to do 10 more floors because the connection kind of resolved itself, but I guess we'll try to finish these last 10 up and it'll be good. Need an 8-bit animated emote though? That is an 8-bit. Oh, that is a 8-bit one. God damn it. Let me just spawn here. There's a channel that is AI playing Slay the Spire that can be controlled by chat votes card. I know that they had a Twitch Plays channel. Jenny, they had a Twitch Plays 14 where chat would type in, or where in chat you can type in something, right? Square, up, down, W. But when they had that game on, they actually managed to just log off of 14. They went into the menu and logged off on that stream. Like, oh, well, GG. I feel like it's probably better even to let communities make these things because the normal dev cycle pretty much never can keep up with what people actually want. They gotta be open to it. Yeah, I could animate the 8-bit one, but it's alright. I mean, I don't want it to happen that often, so I would prefer not to put in too much investment into it. The original one that I pixelated, I did that myself. Because that was pretty easy. I guess technically I could manipulate the animated one to be 8-bit. If you Google search Palace of the Dead 180 boss, Angel's Demoness, the AI overview says I am the 180 boss? Really? Yes, I am. You better believe I am. Strength and Steel, my favorite. I'm a boss? Yeah, get wrecked. I wonder what boss features I'd like to have. If I were in fact a boss. I think I would like fake out mechanics, you know? It's supposed to be an in, but actually it's an out. I think I would like that. I can be a bit of a jokester, so that kind of checks out. By the way, when it comes to variety, can I see somewhere what games I'm planning to play? I mean, I could update my Twitch schedule. I do kind of announce it on Discord, and I kind of announce it, like, beforehand. Like, let's say I get to the end of the stream, and I'll be like, this is what I'm gonna play tomorrow. A lot of times, I am pretty sure on what I'm playing. I don't like kind of being random, unless some weird occurrence happens, like I can't launch the game or whatever. But generally, I like to stay on path. The only exception was, like, when I was waiting for Expedition, because it was just kind of just figuring out what I want to play. So, like, for instance, Destin, for instance, we were on Path of Exile, right? But the wild card would have been, what if I died? Did I forget the strength? We'll get it later. What if I died in Path of Exile? Okay, well, I can't play Path of Exile anymore because my file's gone. So sometimes I'd have a backup, but a lot of times I like to kind of, like, be like, yeah, this is my backup, this is what I'm doing, kind of thing. I mean, if it interests you to know, I could find a way to do it if that's something that you might be interested in. Because again, I don't look at it as something... See? Never punished, Jenny. Never punished. I don't see it as something that just specifically for you. It also is probably for other people. Well, I'm playing hardcore. So... if I die, then I'm kicked off the hardcore leaderboard. So technically, it would be back to 1, yeah. Technically. Yeah, like generally I like to kind of pre-announce the games and have an idea of either how long I'm playing a game, or if we're in the middle of something, then I would like be like, oh, we're gonna probably play this game. I mean, right now I can assure you that we're gonna be on Clear Obscure for a while. I mean, if you want me to let you know when I'm going to move on from Clear Obscure, I can let you know, but my current plan is beat the game, achievement hunt, and maybe, if I'm still interested in the game, look into doing a no-hit run. I wanted to try soloing PoTD, says Argo. But I was wondering, since I use my feeling a lot of time to play instead of reading, are the monster's behaviors easy to tell on the higher floors, or is the guide really mandatory? Good question. Let me think about this. I will say a large chunk of enemies are definitely a feel basis, meaning you can probably get through a lot of them by just having a good reaction. And a lot of them are Argo. I had called this before the 5-second rule, and this applies to Palace and Heaven on High. And what I mean by the 5-second rule, almost every single enemy in Palace of the Dead, when you pull them, 5 seconds later, will be doing something, whether it's a double attack, whether it's an auto attack, whether it's a telegraph or something. Now, the tricky part would be those double attacks, because if you are low defense DPS and you just take a double attack, that could wipe you if your HP is pretty low. So that could be something where it might be good to know that something like that was going to happen. Another example is like some other enemies that have like a jump mechanic, where like they open up with a burst. Other enemies that have like really tough hits after 5 seconds, like a frost dragon is one of them that will fall into that category. So I would say there's a couple enemies that are definitely nice to know beforehand if you want to pull them or not, especially on the higher floors, Argo, where there are enemies that we kind of explicitly ignore because they are deadly. And the only reason you know that they're deadly is A, you did look at a guide, or B, you knew beforehand, or like you experienced that it kicked your ass, and then you adjust to it. But that's not every enemy. Not every enemy is going to be kind of like that. But let's put it this way. If you play a tank, Argo, a tank would definitely have a lot of durability to be able to pull everything, generally speaking, and to learn what those things do. Does that make sense? Like, okay, this thing does a big hit when it opens. Oh, well, a tank can survive it. But if you did it on a DPS, which has no defense, you might just get one shot, like clean, because it just hits you so hard. So that's something to consider, too. So, I don't know what job you're thinking of doing, Argo. And I would totally respect the blind run. Like, if you want to go in blind and, like, learn things, like, on your own, respect it. The guides are there if you want to use them, but they're not mandatory per se. I mean, going in blind is probably going to take you quite a long time. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, going Palace blind is a rough experience. Not impossible, but always know that the guides are available. And maybe a consideration, you know, one thing I have on my guide in particular, or look at, like, the written guide from Meiji, you could just take, like, the highlighted stuff. When you look at my guide that's now on YouTube, I do have timestamps for, like, enemy pulls. So you don't have to see the whole thing, but you can check out what the enemy may do if you want to go that path. But it depends on how much information you want to absorb. Because, again, I completely respect people who want to do this blind. And whether it sounds crazy or not to other people, if that's how you want to experience it, that's how you want to experience it. No one should hold you back on that one. That's how you want to do it. Maybe at a point you end up looking at a guide, but at least you got to try it yourself, right? So, but, and just to add to that, Argo, the next Deep Dungeon coming out, Deep Dungeon 4, I have every intention of going Warrior because of that thought process, that Warrior is going to be durable. And Deep Dungeon 4 comes out, we don't know anything, right? It's brand new content, not a single person knows something. So how am I supposed to learn how things go about it? Well, I take a job that's going to be durable, because you can probably take a shot, unless they're all one-shots, of course, like EO. And that's how you learn. You go in, you die, you learn, you remember, you go back in, you die, you learn, you remember. Cycle of life when it comes to content like this. Hopefully that was good information for you. When will I be playing Clair Obscur next? Okay, so all of my other days, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 9 p.m. Eastern, guaranteed that I'll be on. Now, the thing with Thursday and Saturday, if I'm really itching to play the game, I may go earlier again. Like, we've been going at 6 p.m. Eastern as opposed to 9 p.m. Eastern. But tomorrow, guaranteed 9. I don't think I can go earlier. And then Thursday, I'll see how my schedule looks. Maybe I go a little earlier on Thursday. Just depends. It just depends. No backseating, alright, guys? No backseat. I was wondering because you talked about the variety stuff. Every creator has warned about crawlers. Yes. Well, crawlers are not bad on machinists and technically Picto, but all the other jobs, not so much. Yo, what up, Soda? I'm doing great, thank you. I was on a monologue a little bit there, but I hope you are having a wonderful day. We were actually going to stop at 130, but I decided to go another 10 because we kind of flew by. So we'll do 141 to 200 next week. Okay, yeah, and hey man, whatever you decide, I hope you have a good time. And just know that, and this is open PSA to anyone. Remember, like, even if I'm not streaming 14, if you guys have a question of Deep Dungeon related and I'm doing some other game, you are more than welcome to ask that question. Please, by all means. We'll pause the game, we'll answer your question, we'll come back and continue the game. No problem. So, but yeah, just have a good experience, just have fun. I always say that, you know, no matter what happens, I just hope you have fun. Because that's why we play games, to have fun, that's it. Uh-oh, could you imagine if you're the floor 100 boss for the new Deep Dungeon? Did my Red Mage Cat Girl as the boss? Dude, that would be fun and amazing. Again, I don't know what mechanics I'd have. I would like a fake-out mechanic or something. I'd like to be a fast boss. If I were a boss, I want to be a very fast boss. Agility, you know? Oh, that's great. What I have, the Hawk? The Hawk you talking about? Pull this one. But I will say this as like a finishing note. I mean, blind Deep Dungeon is an experience, and you can only do it once. course, you know, if it gets frustrating enough, that's why the guides are there, to have the guides out. Not everyone is gonna enjoy a blind experience, I get that. But if the opportunity is there and that's what you want to try first, do not let anyone dissuade you otherwise. Always try it first, and then decide if you want to continue. I've had a couple of people... I ran into a couple people who tried to do it blind, and again, bless their soul. But you gotta respect it, you know? You gotta be respected. If that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do. Even if it means years of suffering, that's what they signed up for. You didn't sign up for them, they signed up for it. I would want to be annoying. I would want to be an annoying boss that inflicts heavier sleep. Well, you know what was one of my favorite mechanics, Jenny, in this game? That I would like to have is it was the lion duel in Southern Front, the first lion. He had a mechanic where he would jump across, so the arena was circular, right? He would jump opposite of your direction, and then he would, I think, push you back across the map, and you would have to get behind him. So you have to travel the entire length of the arena to get behind him because he was going to do an area-wide attack in front of you. But you had misdirection. So you had to navigate misdirection to get behind him. Of course, your other way of doing it is you would gap close, you teleport, whatever it might be. But that would be a fun mechanic. And if you fail the mechanic, you get one shot, so... Yeah, it's a great mechanic, I liked it. An update in my D dungeon run, says Soda. I made it to floor 188! Unfortunately, it was storming outside. Oh, F, dude, no! So I decided to try Heaven on High first. Would I recommend Red Mage or Summoner for the first time? If you're having me pick Summoner, Summoner feels very, very good in Heaven on High. Red Mage will take... You know, Red Mage is gonna be a high skill ceiling, and it isn't to imply that you don't have a high skill ceiling, but it will demand quite a lot more of you than Summoner would. Between the healing, and the steal mitigation, and everything, look, the Red Mage run is gonna be rough, but... Hey, maybe how I'm explaining it to you, Soda, like, oh, that sounds really good, let's go Red Mage. Summoner will feel just like Machinists in Palace of the Dead, if not even better than Machinists, specifically in Heaven on High. It has very good mobile damage. You have Bahamut, and Bahamut is extremely powerful, so it feels really good in Heaven on High. But it just depends on what path you want to take. Red Mage is how I got my title. Of course, that was during the era where Red Mage was the only one we believed could do it. And there was a lot of progging that I had to do on Red Mage, a lot of skill checks that I had to do to finally get my clear. It was a lot of fun. It really does, Moose. It is cracked in Heaven on High. Completely agree. That's why I lean into Summoner versus Red Mage for that first clear. Again, unless you have something tied to Red Mage and you want to do Red Mage, then that's what you want to go for. I can't remember the name of the duel guy that puts mines on the floor and you have to remember which they are. That is Menenius. Yeah. Yeah, I vaguely remember that mechanic. I know it's that fight, I just can't remember what you had to do. I think, wasn't it like, he would do a mechanic, and then you had to, like, step on the right mine when he jumped to it or something like that? For me, that fight... The only thing I disliked about that fight was the snapshotting an accelerator bomb. Because for whatever reason, even if I stopped at, like, 2, I would still die. And it was just so frustrating. It's like, I stopped! I'm at a full stop! My hands are literally off the keyboard, I still died. That's the only thing I hate about that fight. Because I think that was RNG. Whether it just happened to work or not. And that was so frustrating. Nuking him 30 seconds after I enraged him the first 2 times. That's fair, that's fair. I did enjoy that fight, just except Accelerator Bomb. That was the thing that always tripped me up. I like the doppelganger mechanic with the slimes in the first dungeon. Oh, that's a good one. Surprised they don't do it more. It's like Picto related. Maybe Satan Deep Dungeon, I don't know. My first attempt with Red Mage, I got this. That's pretty good. That's actually really fucking good. Holy moly. But hey, you know what, Soda? Maybe you try Summoner, you don't like it, go back to Red Mage. Definitely don't marry to a job if you're not liking it. Play the job that you're going to enjoy the most. That's always the important bit. That's the exit. That Accelerator Bomb killed me and I got Re-Razor Pocket lucky. It's the only duel that... Menelaus is the only duel that I would not want to do constantly. I'll do all the other 5 fights, like, non-stop. It's just Menelaus is the one I'd be more terrified for because of that Accelerator Bomb. Boss turns into your character you fight yourself. That would be interesting, because that would depend on the job that you take in, which also would mean that all 21 jobs would have a unique skill set, right? Presumably, like you would have to learn like the fight depending on what you spawn. It'd be kind of cool. I've lost 2 to 93 and 94 in EU on Summoner. Sadcat, my DPS was so bad. I just finished bosses with 1 minute left. Oh, Argo, thanks for the 2 subs. Let's go. To Zord and to Nayu. Let's go. Well, to be fair, that's one thing that you don't want to take for granted and you don't want to put too much thought on. Heaven on high bosses, especially from like 70 up, honestly, if you're killing those bosses with like 2 or 3 minutes left or less, you're doing a good thing. Because here's another way of thinking about it. And keep this in mind, okay? Maybe you feel like if you had 1 minute left, you're like, oh man, I was really pushing time. This was really hard, like I'm going so slow. Well, there's another way of thinking about it. Maybe you stretched your resources to its maximum potential so that you didn't use that much, and then you had a 1 minute left. That means you were optimal. You used every minute of your instance to get to where you are. Now, if you're burning palms and you're still having about a minute left, okay, that's something that you want to fix out because you want to get to the higher floors with no more palms. But leaving a floor with like a minute or less left, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's stressful, but it's not a bad thing. I'm so nervous when I solo deep dungeon, I take so long to decide what to pull. That, you definitely want to fix, Jenny. One thing I like to do, I do it more on tanks, and I think I learned this more on tanks and healers. As I'm fighting something, I already know what I'm going to pull. So in this case, what am I pulling? The Troubadour, because it's proximity. And that's stuff that can save you time. If you're deliberating on what you're going to pull, every single pull, think of it this way. Let's say it takes you 5 seconds per pull before you actually pull something because you're deciding. Well, if an average floor takes, let's say, 6 kills, that's 30 seconds. 10 floor or 9 floors. That's going to be roughly about 4.5 minutes that you've lost because of deliberation. That's a lot of time, you know? That's time that could save. And that's where I learned it on tank. It's like, I already know where I want to go, I already know where I want to pull, or I'm already in motion. So it's something to think about, maybe for your next runs to try to see if you can mitigate down, because hey, every second counts, you know? I'm spinning the cam constantly looking for patrols, and if I see 2 patrols, I actually sit and wait for the patrol first. That's comfort level though. I mean, the mobs in EO are in a situation where you gotta be comfortable fighting them. I mean, every fight in there is doable, but like even I am uncomfortable with certain fights in there, so. Thank you, RJ. I very much appreciate those gifted subs. Yeah, you know, over time you get used to it. Over time it'll be something you'll learn, so you'll get better slowly. It's okay. It's all good. Sometimes I knock myself being like, we gotta decide. You're just standing here, we gotta decide. Like, I'll actually tell myself that too, to try to make myself make a decision. Because once you get into choice paralysis in a timer that's ticking down, that's not great. It ain't great for Deep Dungeon, that's for sure. If I see Fitter and Zagnol, I would just wait however long it takes for them to do their thing before I get close. See, that, you know what's something you can do there, Jenny? As you're fighting something else, angle your camera so that you can watch it do its ability. That could be something that could be really useful, so that now you're not looking at a mystery to see if it's gonna do its thing. You know what I mean? I've changed the number to 33233 now. I've gotten weirdly comfortable with that, so I want to see if I can do 3333. I don't think so. I think it's too tight. I think the GCs drift towards that second one, so I have to do 2 at some point. But that's tight to do 33333. Maybe at next time I'll do it. Been a long time lurker, just want to support. Oh, it means a lot, Argo. It really means a lot, so I very much appreciate that support. Had an idea for someone crazy enough to go back to the recent 7-point runs I did and try to calculate how much damage Jog has saved you. How much time Jog has saved us. I think we can have an idea of what that is, but yeah, definitely. I mean, especially walking down the ramp. Now in Palace, every single time I do a prediction though, so I don't really run down the ramp normally anymore. But yeah, I'm sure that saves a lot of time. One question for Heaven on High. I've been looking at the past runs I've done. Notice new Magicite and Fortune on a giant open floors. Would you say you do that at any time I have 3 Magicites, or would it depend on where I'm at in Palms? Latter. And also, I will typically do that 81 plus. My logic 81 plus is the following. I'm destined to use something to speed up. Because normally the floor debuffs are typically bad. So you'll actually have a segment of the community now. I've seen them talk about this, and I'm not going to disagree with it. That they will actually hold on to Magicites literally as long as possible. That they will go into 91 and they would prefer to actually burn off Petries instead of Magicites and to hold on to Magicites till the very end. I get it. That's fine. I'm not going to dispute that strategy. But I will still stick to my strategy where I like to distribute the Pomanders. So let's say you have 3 Serenity, 3 Magicite, 3 Petri. If the first bad floor comes out and you don't have like a Strength of Steel on, like triple debuff, nasty debuff, I will Petrify instead of Serenity. If the second bad debuff floor comes out, I would prefer to Magicite so I don't overcap the Magicite. Now, if a big room is presented to me, I go through a little bit of a flowchart in my head. 1, yes, your latter statement. How are my palms? Do my palms look good? If my palms are a little shoddy, I'll try to go for the Magicite and go for it. Is it bad debuffs? Do I justify the fact that I'm going for it? I would say the palms being bad would usually also come together with the fact that maybe your time is getting weird, right? Because if you had full palms going into 81, you may not have... Your palms would probably still be good if you're done kind of rolling really well, so that may not be necessary to do a Magicite Big Room thing. But you kind of do it more if like a lot of palms are missing. Or if the floor is bad. And then the third scenario is if I'm rolling a Strength and Steel into the next floor. Let's say I use a Strength and Steel on 84, and I have 4 minutes left on Strength and Steel into 85, and it's bad debuff, triple debuff. I would use the Serenity first, because if I Petri or Magicite, well, the timer and the Strength and Steel are going to tick down, and I'm not doing anything with it. Maybe I get a Mimic, but you're not putting the most use of that Strength and Steel. So it would be a Serenity to push Serenity to 2, so I can utilize that Strength and Steel that's ticking down. Does that make sense? So it is definitely a on-the-field decision, if you will. But that's typically the flowchart that I go for. I think the meat of the answer is just you gotta maximize your Pomanders in Heaven on High. So whatever that means, maximize the strength timer, maximize the Petri usage, maximize your Serenity. You just gotta maximize the usage of that Pomander. Magicite, Big Room, Fortune, chance of getting a lot of chests back, right? A lot of mimics, but a lot of chests. And that's how you get through Heaven on High. That's why I like Heaven on High. I always say that's the one unique thing about Heaven on High. You have to play by the floor, you can't play by the set. It makes it a lot of fun. The idea is for 97 to 99 never having no Magicites, why some hold on to them as much as possible. I'm not disagreeing with that, Jason. I think it's a smart play. I think with my experience, having picked up Magicites and Petries along the way, I feel like I don't want to run into an overcap situation. So I will still protect that from happening. But yeah, that's not wrong. I mean, holding it on for that long, you have the benefit because you don't have the no Magicites later, so. Guys, absolute pleasure. We went 10 floors more than I wanted to, which is great because we were going really fast on Reaper. And we set up the file. So next Monday, 141 to 200 attempt. If you guys want to see how Reaper does in 7.2, that is what we got. If you haven't already, we have Discord and we have the socials. If you want to park yourself in the Discord as we prep for Deep Dungeon 4, You want to be somewhere where it'll be busy. We'll be busy. Hop in the Discord. You don't have to talk now, but let me tell you, we're gonna be on the ball when that thing comes in. So it'll be a good place to be, and we're gonna set up Discord and everything. So, oh, Shelly, thank you for the 5. How dare you? That helps a lot. I'm really deserving to get. You will get it, Soda. I'm cheering you on. Shelly, thank you for the 5 gift subs to Arcelin, to Ali, to H Bunny, to Ruby Arc, and to Not Nimu. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure, guys. Good conversations, good chat. I hope you had a wonderful time. The rest of the week, for variety, we are going to be continuing our Claire Obscure playthrough. What I typically do on the title, I will have the act that I'm in, and I will have the playtime that I had when I start the stream. So if that helps you kind of see maybe where you are potentially spoilerized, I think that's the best way I can communicate that. I don't want to spoil you guys, and I was being very careful talking about it today, because obviously you're safe here now, but I'm playing the game during the week. But tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern, Thursday, maybe earlier, but if not guaranteed 9 p.m. Eastern Thursday for more Claire Obscure. So thank you guys, Biv Tech, Chelly, Dessen, everybody else, Soda, Perfy, and all you guys that are listening. Thank you so much for joining me. I will go find someone to raid into. See, Darabon's always there, but I know that he typically finishes up. So I don't know if I go to Mr. Darabon. But let me see if there's someone else I can visit for now. Yeah, thank you guys. It's a great day. I had a good time, so thank you so much. But yeah, also check out our buddy Mr. Darabon, because he's live right now. I think he usually finishes. Oh, he's playing Kazan. Oh, he's got a new game. Let's go. And then everyone else is playing Claire Obscure, Claire Obscure, Claire Obscure, Claire Obscure, Claire Obscure, Claire Obscure. Let's go here. Okay, maybe. Okay, this young lady usually raids us, but she is going a little later, and I'm finishing a little earlier, and I would love to finally get to raid her, because she is the kindest. I'm not kidding. I always say, she's a good friend, she's super kind, a wonderful creator. She streams at this hour every day of the week. Well, the weekdays. So if you're looking for someone who does 14 and some other content at this hour more than I am, you gotta check out Moody, because she does that. And she's doing more, I think, cosmic exploration. So she might be on the tail end of her stream, but I get the opportunity to rate her, so I'm really excited. So say hi to Moody for us. Have a wonderful night, guys. I'll catch you later. Let's go raid. See you guys later.